Dear Heavenly Father, we come to you today asking for not only guidance but clarity and the ability to see what so many people try to hide. I thank you for this platform. I thank you for giving us a gathering place here on the devil's internet. I thank you for every subscriber, but more importantly, every member, because I know why they're here. And I want to thank you for trusting me to be the vessel, to bring them what they've been looking for, because the truth is there's so much misdirection, God. There's so much misdirection. And there are just so many lies. We want to just thank you. Thank you for giving us this space. Thank you for giving us this time and the breath to keep doing what it is that you want us to do. We want to thank you for this platform, for everyone who is now rediscovering and reimagining their pathway to a relationship with the only entity that can give us peace. We want to thank you for every person who found you and the desire of you and have it for themselves. When Yeshua said, what you want for us to have is life, but not just life, but to have it more abundantly. We want to thank you for everyone who's opening up to the bounty of awesome that you give us all. The things that we miss, the things that we don't see, things we don't acknowledge. We want to thank you. We want to thank you for cars that work. We want to thank you for roofs that don't leak. We want to thank you for groceries that we couldn't afford, but somehow, God, you made a way. We want to thank you for our children who get to make it home safely, that they keep making it home safely. We want to thank you for that. We want to thank you for all of the things we take for granted every day. But we want to thank you for one thing, more than all, free will. Because even though you know what's best for us, you still give us the ability to choose. And I want to thank you for creating this choosing ground. Because here on this platform, that's what we do. We choose what we want to listen to. We choose what we believe. We choose. We don't let people tell us. We let you tell us. And for every person that is thankful for anything. And Lord, for Miss Vivian, who I spoke with this morning, who walked up to me and thanked me for all that I do and shared that she was a survivor and what she's been through. Thanking me for confirming the things that she's been feeling and beseeching me to never stop. There are so many people who have not heard the truth that you have trusted with me to share with the world. There are so many people that don't hear it, and I thank you, God, for everyone that does get a chance to hear. I thank you, God, despite all of the shadow bananas, despite all of the rerouting of algorithms, the shutting down of connection, all of that. Lord, you make sure your word and your will gets through, and we want to thank you for that. And we want to thank Ms. Vivian. And we want to thank the, I don't know, maybe 30 some odd people that I bumped into in the past 2 days in the real world, who say, oh my God, thank you, please. I want to thank you, God, for letting my name and my work and everything that I've sacrificed and everything that I give through all the slings and arrows, through all the so-called lawsuits, which are starting to look more like hit dogs hollering every day. I want to thank you, God. Because if it were not for you ordaining me with this charge, this job, making me your secret shopper, allowing me to be out in the world so I could come back and report to you and your people what I found. I want to thank you, God. I want to thank you. Because no matter what they try to hide, you make sure that those who can hear get to hear it. And I thank you for giving me that honor. And for every person that I've met, for the people that say, hey, this is my name, I'll be in the chat. They bees in the chat, but they're not here for me. They're here for you, God. I want to thank you. Because when they come to me, Lord, they don't come to me because of how I was shaking my behind. They don't come to me because of what I was wearing. They don't come to me because I'm dating this person. They don't honor me because I honor what these fools got going on. When they come to me now, they don't ask me for a selfie so that they can show their friends what I was wearing or what car I pulled up in. They hug me and say, thank you. Thank you for bringing God to us. Thank you for bringing the truth to us. And that means so much more. To know that what I'm being recognized for is your will. That is trump card. And I thank you. And I want you to guide my words today. I want you to guide all of our research here today. Because today we're about to talk about something that's going to upset a lot of people. We're going to talk about a year. We're going to talk about 2023. We're going to talk about how the Willie Lynch letter and the making of a slave is so prevalent throughout the entire internet that it has led most of our country astray. To God be the glory. To God be the glory for all of the things he has done, he's doing, and will continue to do. Lord, like your loving child, Sugar Plum, just said, please give us protection, God. And I pray protection over every soul that's here on this live. I pray protection. I bind against all car accidents, wrecks, unnecessary police action, poverty, distress. I pray for protection for all of us, all 58,000 and growing of us. You are all. And you have us all right in the palm of your hand. And we just thank you, God. In your son Yeshua's name, the greatest gift humanity has ever experienced. Asheo. Hey guys, Grand Rising. And for some of y'all, good evening. And for some of y'all, good night. For some of y'all, hope you're having a lovely evening. All of that. I forgot I had my headphones on. Therefore, another device. I apologize for pushing back. Oh, LA chick already. Yes, all glory to God. All glory to him. Thank you, Quincy. All praises. You know, I usually pray before I go live, and at some point in time, I believe Grace will be showing up via, technology, and I can't wait for her to chime in. But today I just decided, rather than having prayer like we do before we go live, I decided I needed to do it with y'all today. I really don't think people understand how committed I am to my relationship with God and what that means. As far as the content creators that want to sit around here, Stormisha, Little Tuffy, and all the other weirdos who decided to jump on the Brian McKnight is suing Jaguar Wright thing, get a life. Get a life. Like, I literally saw a comment come through on my Instagram saying, I hope she gets sued. Why? Why, Sharonda, on Instagram, are you hoping that I get sued? Be careful of the grave you dig for someone else. You might find yourself in it, and you might be in it alone. Everything you wish for me gonna come to you, but you probably don't have anything, do you, Sharonda, over there on IG, who wakes up first thing in the morning to say that she hopes someone who's fighting for true freedom, freedom of speech, and a defender of that freedom, gets sued with laughing face emojis? Why? Why, you a Goofy McKnight fan? Is that why? Are you one of the only people that showed up to buy the tickets to his concerts that are no longer selling out? Or the promoters that are shutting him down? Why is nobody talking about any of that? Maybe agreeing to be the new Tevin Campbell? Because don't forget, it was 5 years ago when I said everything that I said about Tevin Campbell, and there was all kinds of threats and all kinds of, I'm suing you, and I'm suing this, and I'm doing this, and I'm doing that, and guess what? Nothing happened. You know what did happen, though? Tevin Campbell finally came out the closet after all these years. He started getting features again. He started getting some really great interviews. The truth is, the truth that I told about him set him free. And even though he's never said thank you for it, and I don't expect that he will, if it wasn't for me saying what I said, would he be out the closet? Because that's where he needed to be. He needed to be out the closet. He needed to come to the world as he was. His life got a little bigger after that, got a little fuller after that, and people started saying his name again. Because until I mentioned Tevin Campbell, wasn't nobody talking about him at all. Who knows? He might have been on his way to his own Mandela effect. Of all of the people that say they love and care about Tevin Campbell, nobody ever advocated for him the way that I did. And people might not like it, but I'm happy for him. And even if he never says anything about his childhood or the things that happened in his childhood, at least he has the ability to come to the world as himself. And that means everything. Everything. Hold on a second. Let me acknowledge. A salute to all our members. Y'all know I'm not big on roll call. I acknowledge people as I see it. And it's not that I love one person more than the other. Not true. It's just we all know who we are here. And of course, Archangel Michael. Oh, always in it. Hit those likes, please, people. I love a moderator that leads by example. Oh, wait a minute. Hey, Nix, thank you. Sassy chick. I plead the blood of Jesus over this family and protection for Jag. Asheo. Thank you, sassy chick. See, it's easy to be distracted by what everybody's saying and what everybody's doing. It's easy. Because what we're about to talk about today is something that happened 2 years ago. And there were very, very, very interesting things that happened along the way. I'm sure the world would have accepted Tevin being whatever he was exactly. So why wasn't he allowed to be? And why was he so afraid to come out? Like I said, and like I've told y'all all along, what the Shluminati does is they bind you with your secrets. And I'm going to keep praying with y'all more. I remember one time I was in Cook County Jail while I was waiting for my trial. The same trial that I was waiting on when people was lying, saying that I was doing stuff that I wasn't doing in another lawsuit. Like, it should be funny at this point in time. Like, anytime somebody say, oh, Jag's in a lawsuit, y'all should just be like, oh, another hit dog. That's what's funny. People want to see me upset. They want to see me all up in arms. It's not going to happen. But I was sitting there in that jail, and I was waiting to be transferred to my new unit. 19-year-old Latino girl from west side of Chicago. I don't remember her name now. So many people. And she was on her way to court. She was facing first-degree unalivement charges and conspiracy to commit unalivement. 19. Hey, Azaleas. And, man, she was terrified. And I said, sweetie, now is the time for you to not worry. The only thing you need to do right now is pray. And she looked at me and she said, but I don't know how. I don't know no prayer. And so I sang the Lord's Prayer to her. And it brought her comfort. And then after I sang it to her, I told her the words. See, anything that you transfer through sound, the mind, it can't shut it out. It can shut out you talking. It can shut out you listening to something. But when something is transferred to you through sound and harmony and frequency, it locks into the mind. That's why I sang it first. So when I told her the words, as long as she could hum the melody that I had just sang to her, she'd be able to remember the prayer. And then before they put her in the cell to get ready to go for transport, I grabbed her by the hands. I said, now look me in my eyes and say it with me. Our Father, which art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done. And as I was speaking it, she started mimicking the words. And she said, I hope I can remember it. I said, you'll have no choice. Just remember it. I never saw her again after that day. She wasn't in my unit. Terrified. But not long before my case came to an end and I was let out in April, which was long after March 23rd, 2018. One of the officers said, "You remember that girl you was teaching how to pray before she went?" I said, "Yeah." They said she left. She left yesterday. And she said, if you see the woman that taught me how to pray, tell her she saved my life. See, the guy that she was with was lining her up. Lena, Jag, beautiful, smart. Apparently, an eyewitness came forward and vouched for her, and they were able to find the video to prove that she wasn't there. The dude that she was with was going to let her roll. He was going to let her go down. But out of nowhere, somebody stepped in. And she asked the officer, "If you see that woman that taught me that prayer, tell her she saved my life." So when I sat here, listening to Lindsay, see, I know what God can do. I've watched him do it, and I've watched him use me to do it. I don't know how many girls would come by my cell in the morning, and I'd slide them because I would write out scriptures the night before after I finished cleaning and working, and lights shut down and I went to sleep, got up for trays. Right before I would go out to work, I would write down scriptures. I'd write maybe 5 or 10 down. And before the girls would leave, one by one, they would come to my door and I would slide them a scripture. Say, "This one's for you. Keep this in your heart. Put it in your sports bra. Pray on it." Every last one of them went home. Every last one of them. I lie to you not. See, that's why they really don't want me inside the jail system. Because the only thing I'm going to do is create more warriors for God. And create more ability and more opportunity for people to find God. They don't want me in there. Now, a lot of the officers like me being in jail. Because when I'm there, it makes their job easier. I know how to comfort the tear. I know how to negotiate unnecessary chaos. I'll never forget when I went into J2. We were on half and half. Now, there's all kinds of restrictions on tiers. Like wall to wall means everybody's on lockdown 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. And only like 3 to 5 inmates can come out at one time. So literally everybody's only getting like 15, 20, maybe 30 minutes to come out. You gotta, make your phone calls. You gotta go to, get your shower. You gotta do all of that in that little bit of time and then go stay in your cell for the rest of the day for 23 and a half hours with whoever you in there with. Then you got half and half. Now, half and half means only one half of the tier can come out on, break for 30 minutes at a time, usually 2 times a day. So upstairs come out, then they go back in, then downstairs come out, and then they go back in, and everybody locked down. And on half and half, you in your cell about 20 hours, 18 to 20 hours a day. And half, and then you have, full gym pot where everybody's allowed out at the same time. When I was at Cook County fighting my case, man, when I first got to J2, We were on half and half, and they had just came off wall to wall. So there I am, God's little secret shopper. And all of the efforts that I put into that tier, and all of the efforts that I put into my Bible study group, and all of the efforts that I put in as a worker. Because see, as a worker, I got to stay out of my cell a lot more because I was working. But it also gave me the ability to go from cell to cell. The girls that were hungry, I would always keep, community charity commissary for new people coming in that didn't have money on the books. Because at that time in Cook County, they was only making store every other week. So if you can't, and in order to make store on Tuesday, you had to have your paperwork in by Sunday night, 8 p.m. So the girls that would come in, who booked in on Sunday night, usually by the time they made it to the floor, the commissary slips had already been turned in. So they would have to wait 2 weeks, even if they had money on their book. They would have to wait 2 weeks for it to come back out. So on those times, I always made sure, inmates that left, stuff like that, they would bring it to me, and I would hold on to it and create, sports brawls. I did more than the daggone social worker did. And they all said it too. She was more interested in who was interested in me, or what officer was interested in me, or, like most people do in my life. We had a decent rapport, but I knew what she was all about. And so when I seen how ineffective she could be, I just chose to become more effective. Nobody had to ask me to do it. But when those girls would come in, and them commissary slips was 10 days, 12 days away, there was no way for them to make store, no matter how much money they had. So I would, while I cleaned, I would come through. Do you need anything? Do you have everything? Extra hygienes that were bought off commissary, not that state stuff that'll destroy your skin and rip your insides out if you use it the wrong way. Soup, pack of fish, this, that, whatever. But I always put those care packages together. And I made sure that the people that couldn't make store could get it. See, that kind of kindness, that kind of community service, even in a jail, makes all the difference in the world. And I'm proud to say, it took me only 4 weeks. We were off half and half. Everyone was getting along. Everyone was okay. For the most part, everyone was being respected. That's why I would hate it when officers like Janowski will come through with her very, very, very racist self, intentionally inflaming black inmates to act a fool so that we would have to be punished again, so that we would feel. See, if you got me in jail, it's not going to feel like jail. Not at all. I don't let nothing feel like that. I was so on those girls about keeping the space clean. I made sure the showers were clean. I'll never forget the first time I walked into that shower. Trash everywhere, used body products laying on the floor, urine, vomit, feces, all of that. And there were people that was going in there and washing and then sitting down at dirty tables and eating their meal when the trays would come. That's why they always called me mother. Old washcloths and rags, I would take them, clean them out in the bleach, make them fresh, and then take them, strip them down, turn it into cleaning rags. And I used to tie it to each ends and the middle of the table, because the tables are real long. Get about 40, anywhere from 20 to 40 bodies in some of those tables. And I would all let them know, whether or not you choose to say grace before you eat, that's on you. That's between you and God, but you will not eat at a dirty table. You are not an animal. You are a person. I just won't allow it. Hey, love to the UK. And I don't know what the likes is looking like, and I don't know how many people we have in here, but I know we don't have enough of them. But when I left, actually 2 days before I left, I was sitting, reading my Bible, writing things out in my journal, and I heard one of the new young girls that came in, and she was sitting up there. What you mean? I gotta clean it up. And she said, girl, you better not sit down at that table and eat like that. Mother, mother won't have that. And she went and got the rag that I had there, and she cleaned it up. She said, we don't eat like animals in here. We people. When I heard that, and that was a little girl that didn't even like me when I first got there. And welcome to the new members. Welcome to the family. Melissa, welcome. Jay Marsh, welcome to the family. Welcome to Jag Nation. Oh, seriously, like, that little girl didn't like me when I first got there. Well, I'll never forget the first time she came up to me and she said, why you care if we eat on dirty tables? I said, because you're human. You're not an animal. And you should never allow yourself to be accustomed to be treated like one or to operate like one. That's why. She said, I never really thought about it like that. I said, I know. And I'm not going to ask you how many dirty tables you ate on at home. But what I am going to tell you is, while you're here and this is your residence, you will be a human. Carmen says, that sounds like me, Jag, on that. You can hate me because I clean. No matter where. Exactly. Because, see, an orderly environment, what does it do? It instills your dignity. It instills your personal integrity. It instills your humanity. I can't even begin to tell y'all how many officers told me how much they hated that I was leaving because they knew their job was about to get harder. That tickled my heart to hear that girl say, I don't care what you say. You're not going to eat at this table dirty. And I would watch it. I watched these principles that were instilled in me by my father. I watched them permeate. Well, the girls who came to me and cried and said, please don't leave. I don't know what I'm going to do if you're not here. And I said, you're going to do what I did. You're going to pray. You're going to believe in God. If I'm leaving, then somebody's got to keep it up. Yeah, like that part. Like the fact that in public jails, when the mentally ill come in, because the truth is, jails operate more like a mental state hospital. That's why they close them all down, because they just keep them in the jails. And they take them and they infuse them into gin pop to inflame the other inmates so that they can create unrest and keep people in a state of desperation. Because guess what? The more desperate you are to get away from your surroundings, the more susceptible you are to taking a deal for a crime you didn't commit. See? They're not in there trying to rehabilitate people. They're in there trying to continue to keep driving people crazy, so that the state can keep earning money on them. The way I've seen certain officers line up and work with, unruly, not so all their inmates and sicking them on other people to force them to in the kangaroo court so that they can find a way to keep them there longer. This is what they do. Only place I left my dignity was at the door of the lane. That part. Oh, live, laugh, and love. Love it, love it, love it. Same like the UK. They house mental and health. Yeah, and that should not be. The only reason to do that is to create an uncomfortable environment that you can't escape from. See how that works? Want to know what else is funny? The conditions in the penitentiary are 10 times better than the conditions in the jails. See, jail is where you go before you're convicted. Penitentiary is where you go after you're convicted. I've never been to a penitentiary, which is why I find it funny that people like running around calling me a felon when I've never been convicted of a felony, ever. Anybody can charge you with anything. Just like anybody can put your name in a lawsuit for anything. That's why the conditions in jail are so much worse. Because they want you to want to get out of there so bad that you'll be willing to say yes to anything just so you can leave. Pushing back trial dates 1 year, 2 year, 3 year, 4 year, 5 year. That's common in Cook County. Making the bail so high that people can't get out. Meanwhile, letting violent offenders who were caught doing heinous things walk out on an I bond, which is ROR, released on your own recognizance, to go out and keep doing what they're doing. That's how this works. That's how this works. Yep, just like anyone can contest a will. These are all tactics, manipulations. But what hurts me the most in jail is when I see black people line up against each other, against another black person, to carry a very Willie Lynch agenda. You never receive your notifications. That's okay, babe. We just getting started. I'm slow walking this conversation. We need 200 more likes. I'm not sure how many people are here, but we need 200 more likes. You know, when we started talking about, and I'll come back up in a second, but we need to get those likes up. It's a mobile upload. All anybody has to do is just tap the screen. I went back last night to a moment in time that happened. I had asked Grace to research. Got a lot of people on the feed. Don't got enough people liking. Thank you, Alina. But seriously, when I asked Grace to go and research the episode that featured myself, Megan McGlover, our McGloverful, a woman by the name of April Rain, who you see there, and a gentleman by the name of, what is it, Terrence Washington or something like that. We'll go back and look. But today I wanted to go back and really look at that. Like, seriously, look at it. Seriously. Oh, thank you, Shelly. Thank you. I know. They always playing with the notifications. So, when I go back and I look at this episode of the Tammy Mack Show, who you see at the top of the screen. Now, as y'all remember, we couldn't find it. 250 likes. I came back up. We're about 20 off. Thank you, Jay Marsh. Thank you. Thank you. No, seriously. We couldn't find it. Didn't show up anywhere. But one of our Jaguar Country secret shoppers was able. You were unsubscribed? They unsubscribed you? You know, I like that one better, Michael. We do need 68 more likes. Isn't that crazy? People being unsubscribed. You know, what that sounds like to me is algorithm manipulation. But the message that I got from our Jaguar Country secret shopper this morning was that every time this person tried to send it, it disappeared. It disappeared. And that person kept sending it. And I'm not going to say that person's name. Not because I don't want to give them the acknowledgement or the credit. It's because I know that the spies that we have in our membership and the spies that are here refusing to like this video will take that name, and about 50 different accounts will start chasing that person around online as punishment. But that person knows who they are. And I want to say thank you. Because for whatever reason, Grace couldn't find it. I couldn't find it. No one could find it. But it wasn't taken down. Apparently someone who's not being monitored on this construct was able to get to it. And the second that that person tried to send it, it started disappearing. An email. Apparently, someone did not want me to have access to this video. There's been all kinds of internet manipulation going on here on the devil's internet. Because 666 is the mark of the beast, and that's what www is. So if anybody is running around here calling this Beyonce's internet, well, 9 times out of 10, that would just mean that she the devil. You might want to change that. Yes, that is absolutely horrible. Unless Lil Baby is the devil. It's the devil's internet. So I never expect to be treated kindly because of who I am. Come at me because I love Jag. Well, that will be your last mistake. or get to know. So, why would an episode of the Tammy Mack Show on Fox Soul? And let's not forget who owns the network Fox. Rupert Murdoch, who was Piers Morgan's boss. Fair use. Fair use. I'm not going to be showing anything. And honestly, I don't even know why my channel would get struck for sharing any of this. It's funny. This interview happened 2 years ago. In, what's that magical year? 2023. But see, what really trips me out is just all of the little things they wanted to cut out. Man.
One that you don't like. Kodak Black just got through calling me a
Let's just take a little listen.
Today, his voice is still worth beyond billions of dollars. Don't we agree with that, Terry? Absolutely.
How long are we going to call this man brilliant? How long are we going to call him a genius when he's simply doing things just to be heard and get attention? Again, he has children going to a school, learning God knows what, unaccredited. He has millions of followers, cult that run behind him. So it's important, like Tammy said, to use our Black voices to bring awareness to what he's doing, because what he is selling is not good for the community.
So Terry, I want to stay with you. He's also said many things. I want to stay with Terry for a minute here. He's also said many things that Black people have called anti-Black, including slavery was a choice. Does the current backlash over his anti-Semitic comments prove that society is more willing to accept anti-Blackness than anti-Semitism?
Now see, this is the image that I was waiting for to pop up. Put a 1 in the chat if you remember this image from 2023. Y'all see it, right?
Yes, absolutely. Because to, I think Megan's point earlier, it shouldn't have taken this to get him out of here. If we go back to 2015, when he said that racism was outdated, that racism was a silly notion, that's when he should have been gone a long time ago. So it's a bit of a slap in the face and an insult that just now we're saying, okay, he's canceled. To which proves April's point that how real is counterculture if it should have been a long time ago?
How real is it, Megan?
Well, I just wanted to kind of circle back a little bit, because I actually wasn't the person that's saying us talking about it is giving him fuel. Jaguar Wright had said that, so I just wanted to clear that part up. But I think that we can't have it on both sides. If we say that we are not a monolith, which of course we all know that we're not, right? We're the main people telling white folk we don't all look alike, right? So we know that we're not a monolith. But that does not in any way is that the answer to us coming together, or why we don't come together. You cannot say on one hand, well, he's making anti-monolithic Black comments, and then say we are separate people, so some people can cancel him, some people cannot. Oh, well, he's teaching this at his school. Well, Nation of Islam teaches Scientology. I don't see you canceling them. Since you want to talk about information, there's a lot of information that you clearly don't have. So what is the criteria for canceling or moving to the side or ignoring or whatever word you want to use? What is the criteria as a monolithic Black community and culture? Because if you do not have any type of standards and morals that we can all somehow follow along with monolithically, then we will continue to have little holes here, little holes there, little holes there. We've got billions of people on this planet. Just because we decided we're going to quote unquote cancel yay doesn't mean that the other billion of the 6 billion people won't be talking about it. We have to do just like the Asians, the Hispanics, the Jews, the whatever, and collectively as a monolith say, we're done with you. But what's the criteria for that? Because while Kanye is doing what he's doing that you don't like, Kodak Black just got through calling me a nappy-headed bitch. So what is the criteria? You got all kind of rappers saying all kind of crap, and then you want to sit up here and cry because somebody wears a White Lives Matter t-shirt? Who gives a damn? When are you going to wear a Black woman's Lives Matter t-shirt?
And that's your problem. Who gives?
That's our girl. That's our girl. That's McGloverful. They spent a lot of time back in 2023 trying to shame Kanye West out of pop culture, trying to shut him down. And I'm going to keep going back and referring. Because this conversation is about to go all the way down there. You know, the image that somebody asked me to push closer, you know what? I'm going to do you one better. Where did it go? Okay, here we are. Now I'm going to pull this down just a little bit. I've been doing so much research since I found this ACG. I stand with you always, Jag. Your values align with mine, period. Love Dr. Meek too, indeed. We love her. 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 And we need to love her more. We need to love all of our people who stand up for the truth a little bit more. See, while Megan was kicking straight facts, and while I was carefully negotiating my role, the one thing that became very clear for me during all of that, okay, Auntie Leah, we know you here, was that the agenda has been agending for quite some time. Now, they had me and Megan up there kicking pure facts. They had Tammy Mack, who was playing Little Pierce Morgan on behalf of Fox Soul. shutting down every relevant theory that we had, every relevant thing that we said that put the eye on where the accountability should be. See, every time we started showing the cab, Tammy Mack would shut us down and then let this Terry Washington guy, or bring in April Rain is her name. And shout out to her. Never met her. That's the only time I ever saw her or the Terry person. And though she was saying some relevant things, the truth is, she wasn't saying everything that needed to be said. Very, very, very sparse. Her and I, we had a decent rapport. I didn't trash her. She didn't trash me. The things where we could align and agree, we did. But she got real quiet and put that smile on real tight when real stuff was happening. You could see it. And that's why I posted it. And I hope everybody goes and watches it. It's only 50 minutes. I'm hoping that a lot of you watched it before you came here today. Yes, it's all right. Replay gonna be here. You haven't missed a lot. We haven't gotten down to the meat of anything yet. Oh, 1 second. Let me check something. Can you guys hear me? Can you see me? Somebody asked for me to pull this up a little closer. Put a 1 in the chat if you can hear me and see me. If it started buffering, that was me. I was just trying to transfer this image over for the person that asked. You know, there was a moment when Tammy Mack brought up something, and, you know, she was literally sitting there trying to convince people that Kanye, you know, they were really, yeah, that's Candace and Kanye, yes. Back in 2023. And I put this image up here. We need 200 more likes. And I put this image up here because someone asked. But I want y'all to just take a second and listen to this. Fair use, fair use.
Jaguar, when you say people don't care, the group that hang anti-Semitic signs on the 405 did that because of Kanye West's comments. He does have a true following, like you mentioned yourself, a Donald Trump following, where people will actually follow suit with his words. And you said you were a writer earlier. Words matter, and I know they do for you as a writer, as I am as well. Words mean a lot, and so I don't think that the "don't care" comment has any basis here.
Well, I mean, I think you're taking that out of context as far as I'm concerned. I'm not saying that I don't care. I'm not saying that I don't see the value in how harmful some of the things that he can say. But the thing is the more we give him validity, the stronger his words become. If we sat there and said, all of us said, he's a clown, we don't need to pay any attention to this, don't give it any light. People keep buying his sneakers. People keep buying his clothes. People keep buying his music. Matter of fact, anything that he puts out, people seem to want to buy. Apparently, he's so awesome that people are sending their children to this school where the curriculum hasn't been accredited. These are choices that people in our community are making.
So let me ask you this, Jaguar. In a recent interview...
Pause. Did you see that? It was a cute spin. What is this? She is married to a white Englishman. Love it. Pure love. Doesn't care for skin color. We are love and love it kind. Well, love in kind. Not matter what skin we are in. Now, guess what? I agree with everything that you just said there. If it's real. If it's real. See, that's the thing. Everything you just said only matters if it's real. We look at people and we see them in pictures and we want to believe in love. But are we sure it's really love? Because what we're about to get into next might change your mind. Fair use for educational and critical and the critique and learning. The act of the 1976, yes. Yes, fair use.
With Piers Morgan, he said there's nobody that gets judged more than a straight white male. Let's take a look at the comment.
Okay. There's nobody that gets judged more than a straight white male. The straight white male has the least amount of a platform to even speak. A straight white male can't say, my wife hurt me today. Because people will say, well, you're hurting women.
All right, Jaguar.
He said that.
Okay, so that's what Kanye said while sitting with Piers Morgan back in 2023. Yeah, it's total BS. Absolute BS. Now listen to my response.
And it's absolutely ridiculous. And I would pay it absolutely no attention. More importantly, people need to also realize in that interview, he was sitting there repeating things that Candace Owen has said verbatim herself before he said it. I am not a Candace Owen fan. I think she's one of the most divisive and dangerous black women in the world. And yet I've sat there and I've listened to him repeat things that she said trying to promote this documentary.
Male. Let's take a look at the comment.
Okay.
There's nobody that gets judged more than a straight white male. The straight white male has the least amount of a platform to even speak. A straight white male can't say, my wife hurt me today. Because people will say, well, you're hurting women.
All right, Jaguar.
He said that. And it's absolutely ridiculous. And I would pay it absolutely no attention. More importantly, people need to also realize in that interview, he was sitting there repeating things that Candace Owen has said verbatim herself before he said it. I am not a Candace Owen fan. I think she's one of the most divisive and dangerous black women in the world. And yet I've sat there and I've listened to him repeat things that she said trying to promote this documentary verbatim. So why would I pay attention to it? If I don't pay any attention to her, why am I going to pay any attention to him when he's repeating what she's saying? So once again,
as adults,
Live, laugh, love. By the way, Live, Laugh, Love, I hope you read that book, Eat, Pray, Love. I hope you read that book. Because everything that you're talking about, to me, it just reminds me of that. I read that book in jail in Cook County for the first time. I had heard about it, and I was so glad that I did, because the woman that wrote that book had done pretty much almost as much traveling as I have done. And I was able, as I was reading her stories, to go in my mind and remember all of those things, because all of the things that in places that she had talked about in the book, I've pretty much been to all of them. So it gave me the ability to have that moment of freedom. And then she reminded me of so many things that I have forgot that I knew were important to me. Shout out to Eat, Pray, Love. I don't know why, but just live, laugh, love. It just reminded me of that. So thank you for that memory. But no, seriously. So, hey, Jag, I haven't gotten a notification for days. I'm here, but not going to be talking much. It's fine. That's the beautiful thing here. You remember here, this is your home. And I'll always be here for you as long as, YouTube don't let nobody, put a bunch of false strikes on my channel playing games so that they can stop us. The replay is here. It's all here for you. And we thank you. We thank you for just checking in. No, but seriously, you haven't read it yet. Judging by your name and your comments, you need to read that book. Like, seriously. Like, I don't run around promoting a lot of books because I know how divisive books can be. But yeah, you need to read Eat, Pray, Love. Oh my God. You're going to love it. So, let's just take a closer look here. Let's take a closer look. Yes, the content of your character is what matters. So let's talk about character and let's talk about content. When they put these images up in 2023, it caused all the rage. But you know who really got heat for it? Kanye. They barely even touched Candace with it. How does that happen? How do these polarizing moments happen in our day and age? How is it that Black people have absolutely no problem with lining each other up? If it was such a bad thing, if that White Lives Matter thing was such a bad thing, why wasn't it bad for everybody involved? Just like that Funny or Die video with this weirdo. And yet, it was the Black woman who was vilified for it, while the other two Black men, like this guy with the highlighted name, David Spates, they went on with their lives like it wasn't nothing. So tell me something. While they were busy denouncing Kanye on the Tammy Mack show, trying to create a conversation that says we need to cancel Kanye for good, we need to get rid of him for good, he did this wrong, he did that wrong, he did this wrong, he did that wrong, but it's okay that Candace Owens did it too. Why did she get vilified? Why did she get mocked and scorned? Why wasn't she canceled for encouraging it? Because meanwhile, while they're busy running around talking about cancel, he's this and he's that, she was right down there with him. Now they said he was mentally ill, and she's supposed to be so damn smart. She wasn't mentally ill for going along with it. But see, the reason why her agenda was different, the question is, do we know what her agenda was? Do we know? Do we know yet? Who is she? Really? Who is this girl? This pregnant girl? Who is she? Now, let's listen again. Fair use.
He said that. He said that. And it's absolutely ridiculous. And I would pay it absolutely no attention. More importantly, people need to also realize in that interview, he was sitting there repeating things that Candace Owen has said verbatim herself before he said it. I am not a Candace Owen fan. I think she's one of the most divisive and dangerous black women in the world. And yet I've sat there and I've listened to him repeat things that she said trying to promote this documentary verbatim. So why would I pay attention to it? If I don't pay any attention to her, why am I going to pay any attention to him?
Now, the clip that Tammy Mack played of Kanye saying that very, very, very stupid thing about white men and da-da-da-da-da. Want to know what's funny? 2 weeks before he did that Piers Morgan interview, Candace Owens was spouting the same crap. Now, the reason why she was spouting it 9 times out of 10 was because she was talking about her own white husband. And yet, all Kanye did through that entire interview was repeat and regurgitate everything that this girl, this little pregnant girl here, was saying. And that all happened right after this t-shirt happened. Well, herself and Tucker Carlson used the same number to donate beyond YouTube. I used to talk to both 8 months ago. My sister said, get away from them. Something doesn't match. Now, what else was going on at this time? Because Candace Owens was also using Kanye and his polarity and his popularity to market that documentary that she was doing. You want to know what else was also going on around that time? Oh, Kanye definitely got used. You want to know what else was going? I mean, what a great mouthpiece she had in him. Her platform was so much smaller back then. Her views weren't cutting through. Then the next thing you know, her and Ye are the best of friends. And then Ye goes out into his large interviews, his very 12, going out into his very large interviews, repeating everything that parroting everything that she said verbatim. Verbatim. When Kanye started saying all of that, if Piers Morgan was as good an interviewer as he likes for people to believe, why didn't he ask him to expound on that? Or where he got that notion from? Or how he came really to these very, very, very controversial things that he was saying? Maybe because he knew that they were puppeting Ye to push her crap. And then when people came and was upset about it, Candace Owens didn't get touched. It came out of Ye's mouth, right? Want to know what else was going on at that time? Our 47th president-elect, seated president, Donald J. Trump, had just bought Truth, his app. And Kanye was trying to buy his own app, Parler. Put a 2 in the chat if you remember that app, the Parler app. And it was gaining a lot of steam. It had a built-in audience, and whoever was at the helm of it would have a very, very, very effective media platform to do some real damage, whether with real information or fake news. It's funny. In that Tammy Mack, Willie Lynch foolishness, it was Miss April Rain who said, when I brought up the connection between Candace, Kanye, and the app Parler, did anybody know that one of the owners of Parler is Candace Owens' husband, who keeps her pregnant regularly? Matter of fact, every time Candace seems to be doing a story that's really hot button and she can't move forward with it for whatever reason, she ends up pregnant. And then the heat goes down and then she comes back to work. Like, I find it funny that she's been on the phone talking to Harvey Weinstein now for almost over a year. And she ain't going after Me Too none for being quieter than a church mouse pissing on cotton. And she's stalling out the content. And she's stalling out her little jail phone calls that she had with him. But she's pregnant now. Like, I wonder, does her husband track her fertility and make sure that she gets pregnant when he needs her on the bench for the flames to go down before anybody holds her accountable for the crap that she says and for the agendas that she's pushing? Has anybody not noticed that? Every time it gets hot in the kitchen, with her stories and her content and the commentary, she ends up pregnant. Kind of like how Cardi B always ends up pregnant when it's time to put out an album. Damn near just like that. Yeah, her husband was one of the owners of Parler. And it was at this time when they were all supposed to be the best of friends. Kanye was supposed to be buying it to help him because, remember, he wanted to run for president around that time. I'm sorry. I don't know why the lounge would be in here timing out, yeah, but, no, but, for simply saying snap. Hi, lounge. We haven't seen you in the chat in quite some time. Why are you timing out a member? You haven't been around here in Jaguar country, you or your husband, for quite some time. The lounge is a content creator. Her and her husband, Jamil Peterson, I Am Comedy. Why would you be timing out a member? Yeah, but, no, but, only said, oh snap, while I was sitting here filling people in on some things that apparently they've either forgotten or didn't know to remember. Matter of fact, the lounge or Jamil Peterson, I Am Comedy, haven't been present here for months. Matter of fact, I haven't seen them since I won the Defender of Freedom Award. Why are you showing up now, ma'am, to time out members? Can you please make a statement in the chat, ma'am? I'd appreciate that, lounge. Please make a statement in the chat. If you can show up here to time out a member for no good reason, you should be able to type something in the chat. I'd appreciate that. No, you don't see her because she's not speaking. But she did time out one of our members. For saying absolutely nothing wrong. My bad. Let's see, what other messages were deleted by the lounge? Yeah, but, no, but said wow. Why would wow be deleted? It's a cult. Why would that be deleted? They said nothing wrong. Oh, wait a minute. Another message? Joking me. Do you have some kind of issue with yeah, but no, lounge? Damn, how many comments did you delete? You don't show up, you don't support, you don't do anything, but you come here just in time to start agitating members? Yay got used. Why would you be deleting that? It's true. Man, would you please make a comment in the chat? Because I've been waiting for this. I've been waiting for this for quite some time. Quite some time. The lounge and Jamil Peterson, her husband, both had wrenches on this channel. There's some trolls in this house. There's some trolls in this house. If you see one, point it out. If you see one, point it out. Let's take a vote, guys. Put a 3 in the chat if y'all think the lounge is in here trolling. Put a 4 in the chat if you think it was just an honest mistake that she consistently went and knocked down and snatched down comments of someone who was having an epiphany of the information that we are sitting here sharing on this channel about divisive things that have been happening here on YouTube. I love it when God blesses me. Actually, that's not true. He doesn't bless me. I love it when God just throws me gifts. Hey, mellow fella, welcome. Should I call your husband, ma'am? Should I? I believe I have him right here in this phone. I think I do. Oh, no, that's right. I've only talked to him on Instagram. Or, wait a minute. What did I save his number? Is it in this phone? I'm not sure. We'll see. But what I will tell you is this, ma'am. You're busted. You still don't want to make a comment in this chat? Because if you can show up to use that wrench, you should be able to comment. And if you're not a troll, you will do so. I've been waiting on y'all. I've been waiting on y'all. I've been waiting on y'all for a minute. You fucked up today, kid. Ooh, you fucked up today. Yeah, it's been that long, Auntie Leah. See, this is how the troll farm works. Do you really think you and your husband's platform can survive me? Because we sitting in here about 500 strong right now. We could use 100 and some odd more likes. And I never questioned the fact that some of the trolls that ran around and did a bunch of crazy stuff all got wrenches in your chats. They must be desperate. You know what you should have did? You should have just said Geronimo. Because that's probably the stupidest thing you could have ever did. Your wrench, you and your husband's wrenches will be removed. And now you got a sign on your back. And just in case, yeah, that's probably why they let Jamil Peterson, yeah, that's probably why. That was the payment. I'll never forget one time when he was so-called going to the blue couch, but they never told me that there was an interview, and he told me there was an interview, and he was trying to get me to give up my location, telling me that he was in Dallas and how much I changed his life for all of the promo that I gave him and for this, that, and the other, and he just needed my location, right? Just in case y'all think I'm lying. There it is. The lounge. Message deleted by the lounge. Put in timeout by the lounge. Question is how much poppycock y'all been doing? Trying to get me to confirm where I was. Come on now. Does everybody see it on the screen? There's some trolls in this house. There's some trolls in this house. If you see one, point it out. If you see one, point it out. Troll, 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 troll. Everybody see it? I'm just letting it breathe for a minute. I need to get a little confirmation. I need to know that we all seen this. Oh, they tried to freeze me up again? Because she probably got on the phone the second that she realized that I busted out right. Wow. And now they want to sit here. Put a 1 in the chat if you can hear me. Put a 1 in the chat if you can hear and see me. What you reporting, Toots? What you reporting? What are y'all reporting? I'm giving facts, real commentary, fair use. What are you reporting? Hey, what's going on, Nikisha? Oh, y'all losing your wrenches today. But I want to thank you for popping out and showing us something. I want to thank me for letting you be yourself again. I want to thank me for letting you be yourself again. Amazing. Thank you, Alina. And whenever you want to become a member, you're more than welcome here. Yeah. The only way y'all will be going through this much trouble if what I'm saying is damaging you. Yeah, I wrote a song about it. Want to hear it? Here it go. I want to thank you. Ooh. I want to thank you. Ooh, ooh. I want to thank you. Do a remix on it. Keep your ass the fuck off my channel. All my channels. I'm going to make those screenshots a short. Because I want everybody to know what y'all up to. See, that's good community policing. God help anybody that goes and sits on their lying ass channels. Because clearly their only objective is to stop the truth or pervert the truth or distract the truth away from reality. Keep coming around here. Keep on coming around here. I eat you alive. I got a feeling y'all platforms is about to take a hit. Shame, summertime coming. Hey, might not take vacation, but there's always the block party. Wow. How illuminating. And you know what? We're going to get back to the content. But considering that I just announced that we had anywhere from 10 to 25 trolls operating on this channel, at least now we know we got 2 wrenches that we need to get rid of as well. The protection of the sanctity of this community, this channel, this chat is paramount. Really? I promise you this, you won't be able to find enough filters to face me head on. That I promise. Love Australia right back. See, this is the kind of foolishness. But I want to thank me for letting you be yourself again. I like it when I no longer have to question what I already believe. See, when you know what you know, can't nobody make you unknow it unless you let them change your mind. When you know what you know, you know. Back to Parler. You know, folks need to leave Jag alone. I roll with God. Thank you, Jag. I appreciate it. And please, if I do something wrong, just tell me. I'm from the UK. I don't know how things go here in the US. Well, you ain't got to worry about it. This is Jaguar country. You ain't done nothing wrong. Matter of fact, you did everything right just by showing up today. And I apologize for what that troll just did to you. Because the reason why they did it, she was probably hoping that I was so busy focusing on the content that I wasn't paying attention to the moderation of my chat. And she thought she was just going to slip in there. See, this is the plan. They were going to come in here one by one, attack one of you constantly. Delete, time you out, delete. The more you comment, time you out, time you out. Do it in small segments, though. Like she was just doing. Put you in timeout for 10 seconds, deleted your comment, went back, deleted your other comments. So this way, you feel affronted by this platform. And you won't renew your membership. Which is why my goal is to push this platform to 1,000 members. With 1,000 members, we'll be self-contained. We will not need any interaction for engagement outside of the platform. So make sure, if you're a Jaginator member, you part of Jag Nation, encourage your other people who watch this content to come along with you and become a member. That's what y'all was going to do? Try to annoy my members to death one by one till they all leave? Go back and say, ooh, look at what Jag did to you. Look at what Jag did to you. Bump into you in another chat and tell you, oh, yeah. She makes us do this. She makes us do that. That's how liars work. Y'all gonna keep playing around with me, and I'm gonna send your ass right back to the food stamp office. Right back to the food stamp office. We need 55 more likes. At least. But I like the 140 sassy check. Oh, no, Jag doesn't play that game with her members, but that rotten, yeah, the dead bird. It's sad because the only thing that you're proving is that the Willie Lynch letter, making a slave, is something that you live by. I agree, sassy chick. I don't know why they're... I must be striking a nerve. I might be hitting real close to her. Our members here are our citizens. And they pay their taxes to be able to be here and say and speak freely as they should. One of you idiots try this foolishness again, and I promise you, you're going to wish you never had. You a goofy bitch anyway. So, I need to go back and get the rest. You haven't missed anything. We just getting started. I told y'all I'm slow walking this. The only other thing we're doing here today is in a few hours we'll be doing book club. I think I'm gonna push it back a little bit because I know I had said 4 p.m. West and 7 p.m. East, but I think we're gonna push it back because I this needs to. If they're going through this much, yes, we were talking about Parler. There must be something they don't want y'all to know. Wait a minute. Who's being... Yeah, you can show that. I'm perfectly fine with that. I don't know why that's considered hateful. And I have an announcement. I'll have an announcement tonight during book club about who won the exclusive t-shirt. And who the other people who will be getting it. The truth is not a lot of people donated. Truth is, not a lot of people donate to Cruelty Free at all. We don't get a lot. And I would appreciate it if people would, because of all the time that I put into this. I work for myself. And my company is a nonprofit, which means every dollar that we get, we use to protect and build and create for our community. It would be nice if I could get at least 50 people, whether you're a member or not, to just donate $20 a week. That would help. All of the research that my people do, it would be nice if I could give them more than what I have in my pocket when they need it or when they ask. Our moderators are heavy volunteers. But with a 1,000 subscriber member platform, that will generate enough money for me to be able to give donations to the people who work hard and tirelessly. You know, between that fake lawsuit and all of the drama about my life being in jeopardy and me being in Vegas while people in Vegas were literally threatening my life, like that created a lot of angst. And the truth is, I needed to take a few days off. But see, that's how the Schluminati works. They shadow banana your money too. Look at what they did to Angie. Look at what they did. Thank you, Marilyn. And understand this, when you donate via Super Chat, all of that is appreciated. But that $10, the platform only ends up getting like $5. YouTube takes the rest. Which is why we say we have other donation methods that come directly to us. I mean, the truth is, I had an opportunity to register so that I could start doing public speaking. It's $1,000. I need to be out there. It would be great if I could go to my platform and say, hey, can you guys help me raise the $1,000? And then guess what? Once that happens, I get paid for all of that. And I get to do things like create TED Talks where I can bring out my friends like Dr. Megan. And I'm going to call her doctor. You know, she did an amazing job working on her dissertation. And the simple fact that the university is still holding her credentials, like it's ridiculous. But see, I can understand it, because as long as she don't get to put those letters on her name where they belong, where she did all of the work brilliantly. Welcome, Jody. You're a member. Welcome to Jag Nation. But If they do that, then they have to listen to brilliant commentary like this, and they have to pay off for it. See? But if you're trying to take a truth teller and make it impossible for them to tell the truth, easiest way to do it: financial abuse, tortious interference. Stop somebody from their accreditation so people won't pay them what they're owed, or not pay them at all. Pass them over for this. I know it happens to me all the time. But I'm going to keep calling to Dr. Megan, because I'm manifesting that they're going to let go of those credentials. And I'm hoping that tonight, that's the prayer that we take in the book club when Dr. Megan comes. I pray that we say we're going to get behind her and support her. It would be great if I could raise that $1,000, because the second that I can get that, I'm out there. And then guess what? I can bring my friend along with me. We can do TED Talks together on the importance of the truth, considering that I wrote the foreword for this amazing book. Now, tonight when we do book club, I will be posting up the Eventbrite link for the Healing the Inner Child course, done personally with our Megan, with our Dr. Megan, yes. Oh, thank you, Auntie Leah. I'm going to make sure that I post that. You know, the last time I tried to do this, they shut us down. It wouldn't let me back in. And I kept on knocking and I couldn't get in. Woo, yeah. Sure enough. But this book, it's about to be made available. We'll be posting the link to the book. We'll be posting her donation method. There's a lot of people that need that course, and I'm hoping you guys come through, because the course is amazing. And of course, Grace will be on panel with us. And guess what? Grace has taken that course. And a lot of the tools that she's used in her life, she got from this woman. It's funny how they're always trying to keep the real ones who actually care and who want to evoke and create great improvement in how we're dealing with one another, with our issues in the world and with the issues in humanity. And all of it starts really with that child inside of us. We all got a hurt kid that we're fighting to protect. But in order to protect that child, what we really need to do is learn how to love that inner child ourselves. And that's what this course does. She's got all the hours. She's done all the work. They're just holding it. But just because they're holding it don't mean we ain't going back. And we're going to manifest that they loose them letters. Because the truth is, PhD should be on this book. And I can't wait for the second printing. Because I believe by the time it's time for the second printing, PhD will be on that book. And we're going to manifest that. We're going to make that happen. So many people make it happen for all the weirdos. Why can't we make it happen for the real ones? Especially people that are donating their time. Donating their knowledge, their wisdom. Anyway, back to Parler. Asheo. Indeed, it will be so. And this community is going to support this amazing woman. Sure are. What is this? Miss Beautiful, keep standing in your strength and boss power. Keeping your energy and focused on dreams and talents. Most importantly, the real supporters, warriors, getting to the... The truth will not be silenced. Definitely not around here. So, there were some other like clutch key moments that I wanted to tap into in a bit, and we'll get back into that. I'm kind of skipping around, but while we're here, let's talk about Parler. Parler app. She's smart, funny, doesn't beat around the bush at all. And those are the kind of kick-ass truth tellers that we need out there in the world. People that aren't afraid of getting to the heart of things. Okay, let's see. AI overview. Parler app. Okay, it's a social media platform that became popular with conservatives. Now, Kanye was supposed to be buying Parler. You know what? Let's talk with Siri. Thank you, Kim. Let's talk with Siri. Yes, and make sure that you hit all necessary links. And here in the chat, pinned in this chat, the link to the membership. Please become a member. You're going to want it that way. Of course, they didn't want him to have a voice. And somebody also needs to remember this. This was 2023. It was 2024. After everything that happened to me, where I was finally able to acknowledge and realize that Donald Trump was not lying. Fake news is real. And fake news hurts real people. The question is, why has nobody ever asked whether or not they've been doing fake news on Kanye? Why has nobody bothered to ask? Why has nobody bothered to check? Because maybe some of his interviews have been remixed, like they did MIA. Because when I spoke with her, and I told her about the video that I saw here on YouTube of her cussing out Beyonce and saying all kinds of stuff and whoop-de-whoop-de-whoop, she said that wasn't her. It was AI'd. And then guess what happened right after that? Guess who she sat with? Candace. And that wasn't a very popular interview for her. It started to look like there's some lineups going on. Because that AI video of MIA going crazy and acting crazy and doing all of this and doing all of that she told me was not her. And I believe her because they did it to me too. Oh, that's right. The both of us have issues with the Carters and Rock Nation. And the both of us feel very accountable for the part that we played in helping these monsters stay in position to continue to keep doing monstrous things to our community and society. I just find it, why is this being hidden? Y'all do too much. Yes, it is the bad side of AI. The sad part is when it comes to the human mind, as long as we see the face, we believe whatever comes out of the mouth. So if somebody has you scanned and they have all of your images, they can sit there and they can type in whatever they want to say. And it comes out of your mouth with your voice. You better question everything. Terry, who owns the conservative social media app Parler? Who are the investors in Parler? Understanding the backers of the social media platform. And this article came out September 21st. There goes that year again, 2023. And this was long after all of this had happened, when Kanye was supposed to have been buying the app. In the world of fast-paced social media, it's not uncommon to see a startup that is gaining momentum, then experiencing a series of setbacks before disappearing into oblivion. However, one app has been making headlines for all the wrong reasons recently. Parler, the free social media network that became infamous for being a gathering place for right-wing extremists during the 2020 presidential election, has been banned from Google and Apple for user-generated comments that were seen as inciting violence. Despite the controversy that surrounded the app, there are still investors who see its potential and opportunity. The investors behind Parler are a mix of individuals and venture capital firms, according to public records. The CEO and founder of Parler is John Matz, or John Matzi, is one of the investors. Other investors include Rebecca Mercer, the daughter of right-wing billionaire Robert Mercer, and Jeffrey Wernick, a prominent early-stage investor in Bitcoin. It's clear that the investors in Parler are betting on the ability to become a platform that is different from Facebook and Twitter, which have been accused of always siding with the left. By positioning itself as a more neutral platform, Parler aims to attract a wider audience and become the go-to social network for conservatives. While Parler's investors might have seen the value in its business model, the app's swift downfall has proven that there are serious concerns surrounding the lack of moderation and guidelines. Google, that's so funny. It's so funny to hear the lack of community moderation and guidelines, and then hear Google come right after that, because that happens right here on YouTube all the time. There's a big lack. YouTube lacking when it comes to guideline accountability and enforcement. So anyway, the app's swift downfall has proven that there are serious concerns surrounding its lack of moderation and guidelines. Google and Apple's decision to remove Parler from their app store was a significant blow to the app's credibility. However, the investors in Parler are not giving up that easily. Earlier this year, They were able to raise over $10 million to help the app get back on its feet. Whether that funding will help Parler rebrand itself and regain its user base remains to be seen. But one thing is certain, the investors in Parler are not backing down without a fight. And they have multiple kinds of investors. They have private equity investors, and a private equity investor, they're anonymous. They have angel investors, which are completely anonymous. They have venture capitalists, institutional, and individual investors. Yep. Yeah. Why does nobody ever bother to read anymore? Siri, how much is the conservative social media app Parler worth today? Let's look up their Wikipedia. Hopefully Joshua Ray ain't been in there changing things so we get confused by what we see. Parler Social is American alternative tech social networking service associated with, launched in August 2018. Parler marketed itself as a free speech focused and unbiased alternative to mainstream social networks such as Twitter and Facebook. Journalists describe Parler as an alternative tech alternative to Twitter, with its users, including those banned from mainstream social networks. All right, so Parler's been around for almost 7 years now. The current CEO is Ryan Rhodes. Key people. See, what I love about this is that Candace Owens and her husband's name aren't going to be mentioned in any of this. And why not? Why wouldn't they want their name associated with this? It's really not saying how much its net worth is. Wonder why. Funding. You know, there were a lot of people on the Parler app that were connected to the insurrection. A lot of people. Put a 1 in the chat if y'all remember that the name Parler came up a lot during the time of the insurrection. Matter of fact, they said it was a place where they were gathering and doing this and doing that and whoop-de-woo. Is there any Better Business Bureau? I'm going to check that out. Actually, let's not talk about checking it out. Let's just check it out. Siri, does the social media app Parler have a Better Business Bureau rating? Okay, that's not it. Siri, is the conservative social media app Parler, does it have a... Okay, I'm going to try to find a way to say it simpler, all right? Siri, show me the social media app Parler's Better Business Bureau rating. Now it's sending me to Reddit. I wonder why that information is so hard to get to. AI can get anything. Why is AI having such a hard time? You just checked and it's still on Play Store. That's funny, because didn't it say that it was taken down? I went to Parler back then because they suspended me on Twitter. When Elon brought it back, I was able to make another account. Yeah. You know, I got a lot of views about the insurrection. And there's a lot of things that I haven't said. I'll be saying them soon. Because what I'm really seeing is that people don't want to believe that there is a shadow government that has infected every corner of our government. Every corner. And when I think about all that fake news, it makes me wonder about the validity of the insurrection. Everyone was so confused. But let's just do a little hypothesis. If you saying something, ACG, what if the Dems were so desperate to make a fool out of Donald Trump for winning after they had rigged it to all high heaven to make sure that he couldn't get it? What if they decided to use that day to put in their own trolls and create all of that havoc and create all of that chaos so we would blame it all on him? Like, let's just think about that. Let's think about that. With everything that we're learning and all that we know now, is it possible that maybe the deep state, working on the demonic National Convention behalf, sent their own bad actors in there to go and make a fool? It's funny. Second that Donald Trump was inaugurated, next thing you know, planes started falling from the sky too. Everybody want to blame it on him. Want to blame it on him. I have publicly apologized for any negative thing that I've said against our president because I believe him. I know fake news exists. And I know what they use fake news to do to real people. Do I particularly care for him as a person? That doesn't even matter anymore. What matters are the facts, the evidence, and the truth. Are we sure that the insurrection wasn't a fake insurrection? Are we sure of that? Are we? Because what I do remember is they were so busy trying to make sure that we knew all about our president's reaction to it. They sat there and talked all of that, and he was throwing stuff and painting the wall with his food, and you know what? When I look back at it, I heard. But seriously, if I had found out that they had pulled something like that on me, I'd have been painting the wall with stuff and cussing people out and being ready to punch people in the mouth too. Because see, unlike the regular public, Donald J. Trump knows the value of influence, and he also knows what fake news can do. I'd have been mad if I found out that they put a bunch of weirdos in to act a fool amidst my people to make me and my people look crazy. Oh, that's right. They do that to me all the time here on YouTube. Same thing. But see, they film your reaction, see. They don't film everything leading up to it. Just like when they ran with that story that Cat Williams got beat up by a 15-year-old boy. It's a good thing he didn't respond like a lot of those rappers who hide all heaven, because they would have hurt that kid. And I think that that's what they was hoping for when they did that to Cat. I think they were hoping that he was going to lose his mind and not use his mind, go off on that kid, beat that kid, so they can paint him as this crazy guy. And see, if that had happened, they would have been able to put him in a mental hospital and get him his own version of Lou Taylor or Sabrina Morrissey, see? But instead, he allowed that kid to disrespect him. And then, when they didn't get the reaction that they wanted out of him, then it was, Cat Williams is crazy. He's so crazy, he got beat up by a little kid. He's this, he's that, he's that. Yeah, they were banking on it. They were banking on him tearing that little boy out his frame. And guess what that would have also done? It would have made it impossible for Cat Williams to be able to help children like he always has throughout the years. Because they would have said, be afraid of him, be afraid of him. Look at what he did to that kid. But that didn't happen. Welcome, Vicky. You remember. That didn't happen, did it? No. So instead, they used it to humiliate him and make him seem like he was an easy target, so anybody could try him. Because if a little kid could beat up that grown man, then anybody could, right? Like, they always got to spin. So meanwhile, while the president is sitting there granting freedom to people, because see, the people who did all of the crazy stuff during the fake insurrection, they're not the ones that went to jail. It was only Trump supporters. And of course, we weren't going to believe them because of all of the hoopla and all of this and all of that. That part, Jag. Cat would never. He loves our kids too much. He is a lesson giver and teacher in his own right. He is a prophet. Indeed. Touch not my anointed and do my prophets no harm. They sent, in my opinion, I believe they sent those weirdos out there to go do all of that stuff, and then they snatched them out, just like they did with Watergate. And then they picked who they was going to arrest in the Trump supporter crowd and put them in jail. See, a good man would let those people go because they were sitting in jail for something they didn't do. Put a 1 in the chat if that makes sense to y'all. Put a 2 in the chat if it don't. And this is all hypothetical. All alleged. One in the chat if it makes sense, 2 in the chat if it don't. People have a hard time believing their government because they don't want to accept the fact that their government is corrupted. Deep state ain't nothing but a worldwide troll network. That's what they do. They got their people in the Dems. They got their people in the Republican side. They got their people in the White House. They got their people in the Pentagon. They got their people all through Manassas. They got their people over, you know. And what they do is when things ain't going the way that their bosses want them to go, they send these people and they activate them, allegedly. And they just run off and go do whatever, run amok, act crazy, do crazy. And then the people who are in control of the media pick who's to blame, and then we all fall for it. I can see it playing this deck because it's been happening to me. Fake lawsuit after fake lawsuit after fake lawsuit. Only thing I'm really wishing for Goofy McKnight is that he'll come out the closet and just tell the truth about who he actually is, so other people don't have to do it for him. I take nothing back that I said. That man is a menace. Like I was saying. Yeah, paid actors. Like the so-called president of Ukraine, Zelensky. We'll get him. We're going to get into him another time. But what I will say in the meantime, while we're preparing for Zelensky, somebody needs to look at his relationship with Mila Kunis and Ashton Kutcher. And somebody needs to go back and really check all of that footage of him begging for help and begging for money. When allegedly, all of those war-torn places where his life was supposed to be in jeopardy, and he went out so that he could show people this and show people, yeah, I heard he got that problem too. But then again, he kicking it with Ashton, and Ashton's Diddy's boy, so he's an actor. Are we sure that all of that stuff that we seen on the news wasn't green screen? Are we sure? Because, you know, they were supposed to be helping young girls over there. Don't nobody talk about that no more, or the ones that allegedly came up missing. But I'm going to tell you something right now. A war-torn environment is the perfect breeding and hiding ground for teleporting people. It's war-torn. Ain't nobody running around checking, looking, and doing this. No, everyone's ducking down, waiting for the next thing to come. You could put a container full of human beings through there and wouldn't nobody care or notice. I know. Ukraine has always been a hot spot for the teleportation of victims. I know that to be true. So when he came here after President Trump got back in, and he sat there trying to play in our president's face, trying to demand the payments that he was getting from Scamala and friends, Trump told him to go kick rocks. Everybody want to look at him like he crazy. Why? Because the one thing we know about the demonic National Convention Party is that everybody that they associate with, they all about some, and they all about that, and they all about that, and they all about this. Maybe that's why people really wanted to know what was in Hunter Biden's computer. But he's been pardoned now, so you know. Hunter got a pardon. Kamala's nephew, little Jussie, he got his record clean. Demi Moore talking about how she survived Ashton Kutcher. I'm just saying. So let's let me let that breathe for a second. Why? Let me see what. Yeah, I'm gonna let that ride. I'm okay with that. Like I said,
And that
fair use.
These organizations that are cutting ties with Kanye West. So the theory that we all of a sudden became upset is false. We've been not approving of behavior, but finally corporations took notice because things became on a larger spectrum. We've not for the longest approved of the behavior, and I don't think us trying to deviate from what Kanye is doing to make it seem like we don't care is a solution. What he is saying is problematic. This can go further and beyond what he said about Jewish people. His statement regarding Black Lives Matter being a scam. When it comes to social media, there's only a snapshot of what we see. He knew exactly what he was doing with that headline, that it was a scam, by making it all people needed was that headline, that it was a scam. Black Lives Matters is very important. It's not a scam.
And then here she comes. Hello, Grace.
Girl.
I'm live.
Oh, you live with the children?
I've been waiting.
I
I waited for you as long as I could, but we had to move forward, and we're gonna end up having to push back book club a little bit.
The internet was completely outdated. It needed to clear up until it started raining, and those people had to stop it.
That's interesting. Everyone's saying hi, Grace.
Ciao, buona children. I didn't mean to interrupt the live. I hope y'all are having a great time.
Well, let me give you a little heads up on what we have been talking about.
Uh-oh. What y'all been discussing, girl?
Whether or not Candace Owens lined up Kanye West and then rode his back to a big paycheck for her and her husband while they let him go down in flames, even though they're supposed to be friends.
You see, I was saying, I missed a good conversation. I'm
gonna call you back and tap you in now that I know you can be reached, because I'm sharing a little bit of the the content from the Tammy Mack show. But before you go, because we reviewed it together today, would you like to tell them what you thought of what we watched when we reviewed the Tammy Mack assassination of Kanye West's character?
It was quite the display. It was quite the display. It was very familiar, and it was interesting because this is something from the archive. This happened back in 2023.
Mm-hmm.
It's very interesting, like the Tammy Mack and all this that Oh, look at that. I have a phone call. Ain't that something, girl? I ain't been getting no phone calls all day, like I said.
And now you're getting phone call, huh?
Yeah, that's wild. But anyway, yeah, it was very interesting to watch that play out because for me, it was almost like watching a few interviews at the same time. Like it reminded me a lot of the Piers Morgan interview. It reminded me of some real life interviews. It was very familiar for a lot of recent interviews that we all been watching, just for the public. And it was really interesting to watch that one play out the exact same way. The same script, just different characters. And wasn't that the first time you got to meet that?
That was the first time. That was where me and Megan met. It was almost like they were auditioning us to see if they put us on a damn child.
Yeah, because for me, it was very interesting to watch them. They were really rude.
What's going on with all of that noise? Is there a cat stuck in a tree?
Girl, I don't know. It was very
Yeah. Well, at least we know you're not being arrested.
Girl, absolutely not. Girl, that was the fire department. Girl, there's someone who was stressed. Ain't nobody doing nothing.
Child, you know when times get tight, they call all hands on deck.
Well, listen, I hope wherever they going, I hope everybody's okay. I hope somebody's grandma is not having trouble breathing, and I hope children are all right.
Oh, well, we had a visitor during the live when I first started getting into talking about Candace Owen and her husband, how her husband was one of, the owners of Parler, even though they don't have it listed in the Wikipedia. They only list a couple names. They don't tell everybody.
Girl, now that y'all went down there to the Wikipedia trying to figure out what's going on over there on this street and y'all couldn't get no answers. Y'all went down there to the Wikipedia and y'all couldn't find any answers.
Well, I mean, we found some answers. We just didn't find the ones that we need. But it did say that they took Parler off Google app stores and the Apple app stores because it was so divisive and that it didn't have good community moderation or guidelines. I thought that was funny because YouTube has the same problem.
Okay.
This still here.
Okay.
But apparently it's back and they was fighting for it and this, that, and the other. Yeah, this was all around the time when Kanye was talking about he wanted to run for president as well.
I remember that. I thought it was a trip. I was like, oh, okay.
It's funny. They moved him out the way, but they let that ex-wife of his come up in there and play like she had some brain. When I think about Ariel Mitchell kids' law career, it's starting to feel like Kim Kardashian's law career.
That would explain something.
Oh, yeah. And we had some moderators that have been gone from the channel for so long, nobody even knew who they was.
Not the moderators.
You know Jamil Peterson, I Am Comedy, the Pure Survival guy, and his wife, The Lounge.
Girl, Jamil Peterson, I Am Comedy. Girl.
Yeah, the Pure Survival guy, and he got his wife, The Lounge. Yeah. They had wrenches here when we started this channel. They used to come by and support, and then all of a sudden they disappeared to the point where couldn't nobody remember them. And of course, our chat, even though we're public, our chat is members only. And guess what?
And they came back.
They started messing with but no. What is it? Yeah, no, but no. Oh my goodness! Is Kadisha in here?
Where Kadisha live?
Somebody said Kadisha's name. I didn't see her. Is she here? We love Kadisha regardless. But can you believe? Wait a minute. So this heifer
Oh, no.
They must really believe she got to be a heifer because she targeted just one member and she was trying to frustrate him. Snatched down all the comments when he wasn't saying anything wrong or anything bad or anything negative, and then she timed him out, and that's where she made the mistake. I guess she thought I was so busy in my commentary. Miss Lounge.
Who she was singling all in the chat and stuff?
One of our members here, yeah, but.
So rude.
Yeah, but no, but
that
I guess she didn't think I know how to read when it says the lounge timed out. And then I started scrolling back up and she was just sitting there. We're buffering again?
You're not buffering? Right. Right.
Oh, what, you trying to get the most out of that wrench while you can? Don't worry about it. You'll be gone soon. You won't have to worry about messing around over here.
It's the paying to play with people that's me. Like, as members, aren't they? Don't they?
Welcome, Enolia. Or do you pronounce that Enolia? New member. I'm freezing.
Girl. Has it been acting up the whole time?
No, it only started acting up when I first started calling them out, when I see what was going on. That goofy ever actually say it and go try to, because see, that's what they want to do. They want to scare people away from the membership. They don't want people to be member. They don't want none of that, you know.
I'm not even understanding.
Now we keep going out? Wow. Sounds like they're trying to find a way to stop us from doing what we do. And yes, welcome to all our new members. All our new citizens here in Jaguar country.
Well, you are all loved and cherished.
Oh, I know there's a ton of hackers. Oh, and Jody sends her love, Grace. And everyone is very excited about tonight. Grace has been working on her lesson plans for everything, and she's been getting herself together.
Yes, children, we're going to have an amazing night, in which, by the way, everybody bring your favorite pencil, your favorite pen, your favorite crayon color, bring your favorite notebook, bring your favorite napkins, bring your favorite index card. We're going to take notes together, and we're going to talk about a lot of fun things. And I can't wait to hear how everybody's homework assignment from last week went. What did you beautiful children tell yourselves that you can do all week long? I can't wait to hear it. Yay!
You want to know what's super duper interesting too? Mm-hmm. Tonight, we will be members only.
Good. I'm glad. We're that way. I'm tired of the children getting harassed. It makes no sense.
And we'll be dropping the link for anybody who wants to come up and have conversation. We will have an official Q&A. And then we have Dr. Megan. We close out with Dr. Megan. Oh, there you go. Huh?
Not the internet. The internet's not again, right?
It's gonna be. They do too much. Talking about the internet is undefeated. We need to know. Yeah, that hotline bling. You know the only Drake song that I still bang with? Huh?
Hey, can you give me one thing? Girl, listen. Look here. Can we just keep it gangster while we all here with children?
Well, yes, we're taking a short break. Apparently, you know the trolls. Yeah, go ahead. Go on in.
Girl, you was about to say something about that doggone Aubrey. Girl, listen.
Now I was talking about my only son that I deal with him anymore. That I still agree with his worst behavior. Worse. They never loved us. Never loved us.
Girl.
Oh,
Yeah.
come on. Shit. Niggas still playing my old shit. But yo shit is like the police asking us questions. Nigga, we don't know shit.
Girl, like
Flexing. Nigga, I'm just flexing. Look at you, look at you, look at you. Do it look like we're stressing? On my worst behavior? No. They used to never want to hear us. Remember? Y'all niggas ain't love us. Remember? Akata. Remember? Oh, Akata never loved us. I'm on my worst behavior.
Girl.
I might have to do an Afrobeat remix.
Girl, listen.
Oh, yes.
If you do that, I'm clowning. We're going to have to take a break from the book club because I ain't going to do nothing but cut up for like a good 2 weeks.
Ooh, child.
Don't do
Worst.
it, baby. Don't do it.
Worst behavior. Akata never love us. Remember?
You want to know what's funny about that? Girl, you remember when that Super Bowl came out? Girl, you remember what I told you?
What? You act like we don't talk about everything. And
they felt like, mama, he was a fool. Like, somebody go check on like his mama. Did he leave the house yet?
Who, Aubrey?
I don't care who's... Okay.
Aubrey need to stay inside. It ain't safe outside for him. Aubrey need to stay inside.
Girl, it ain't safe. Listen, girl, TV, hold up.
I hope he's on his worst behavior. I hope he's keeping that same energy.
Girl, listen, when I tell you after the whole Super Bowl thing and the Grammys and all that, I'm just like, son, the only thing someone in his position can do is please give a damn about your little people and stay in the house. Like, do you know how you take these
Child, listen to me. You got to stop trying to save light-skinned men. Look at what happened when you tried to save that husband.
Girl, listen, I ain't saving nothing, girl. Listen, I'm looking at him like, save the children. Like, stay away from them kids that kid that was talking about. Because at this point, don't try to be a good father.
Welcome.
Be a good father, stay away.
Oh, no, we have a new member, Brianka. Welcome. You a member. Welcome to Jaguar Country. Well, girl.
Wonderful.
I'm going to get back to it. Maybe you should just tune in. So when I call you back,
absolutely.
You can jump right in before we close out. We've been here for a little while. I've been trying to wait for you.
Girl, I'm telling you, literally, the people just left from outside. They still got their equipment outside, girl.
Well,
They still got their equipment
listen
outside.
to me. If they look at you, you make sure you look right back at them.
Good. Look here, I'm going to smile and I'm going to say shit and I'm going to be like, bitch, what? Okay? Not around these parts, you don't.
You know,
Not
we've
around
gone
these
through
parts.
so much hate on and offline in real life, in real time.
No.
If people knew, if people only knew.
If they knew.
Bianca is a
If
member,
only
y'all.
they knew.
Yeah, she a member. God bless it. God bless it. Wait a minute, we got another one. Grace Kenyatta Robinson, welcome to Jaguar Country. Welcome. You
How you
member.
doing, Kenyatta? Don't forget to stop.
Oh, you're going to love book club tonight, even if you don't have it. Grace is a wonderful narrator and orator, and you're going to enjoy it. So even if you don't have your book, you'll be in the building. Hey there. So Grace said they still playing with the internet. They still playing. Girl, well look, go on ahead and let me get back to this, and I'm a holler back at you.
Here you go. Listen, I couldn't get nothing to do that cut out. I'm tired. I'm going ahead and go watch you do your thing, girl. Call me back. Love you.
Love you too. I swear to God, she's one of my favorite nieces. Period. Just period. I do have to call one of my favorite nephews though. Kirian, I love you. Didn't forget about you. Just a lot going on. But I love you. And you know Grace loves y'all right on back. So, let's get over here to this here video. fair use it's been? Critical purposes. Or should I say for criticizing? Education, fact checking, all that stuff. Fair use, 1976. Sandy Olson, I haven't been able to comment in the chat. The chat doesn't appear on the screen. Well, that's because this is members only. And in order to be able to communicate and participate in the video, you have to become a member, because we're a member-only platform here. And we do that to protect our members from all harm, seen and unseen. Wrenches from long ago. But I think I got a good idea who's been running back and forth, though. Telling a bunch of crazy stuff, starting a bunch of drama. I got that feeling. I got a feeling that your mouth has been starting big shit. That your time has been... Don't get me going. Don't get me going. But I want to thank you for the super chat. Appreciate you. So once again, let's get back. Let's get back.
And so then there's a question of how come all lives don't matter? Well, black people are being murdered on film, in their sleep, in their neighborhoods, going to the store. That's why Black Lives Matter.
And they're being murdered by who? I mean, if we gonna go into that conversation, I don't know if we should go into that conversation. I think that we should go into, I think if we go with Tammy, this your show. You tell us where we should go.
No, go ahead, Megan.
Okay. Because see, here's the problem that I have when you start getting into Black Lives Matter. When you start getting into Black Lives Matter, then I'm gonna have to ask you, where are any of the Black Lives Matter buildings inside of Chicago, Philly, Houston, Los Angeles that actually have systems set up to help young black men stay off the street? And I don't think that you have an answer for that, except the building that they bought for $2 million in Canada. So we do not need to talk about Black Lives Matter, because Black lives do not matter to Black lives. Period. If you want to sit up here and talk about statistics,
People are being murdered in their sleep, they very much matter. When people are being murdered in their sleep, on film, on camera, they very much matter. Y'all didn't talk about all lives matter when kids were getting murdered in schools, concerts, barbershops. Then all of a sudden, Black lives begin to matter.
So I'm not sure here if we are agreeing or disagreeing with Ye in terms of whether Black Lives Matter is a scam or not. But what are your thoughts on the mindset that Jewish people own a disproportionate number of media outlets? Out of the top 15 media CEOs with TV outlets, only one is Jewish. April?
Well, then, I mean, you have given us the facts, so that's clearly not true. But Kanye...
Once again, more spin and more hyperbole. She's right about one thing. Most of those companies are owned by the bloodlines who do business with Jewish people who run and control it for them. Multi-layer oppression system. Multi-layer. I just thought it was funny that this Terry Washington guy, like, he's just such an idiot. I'm sorry, I have to say it. He's an idiot. He's down there in Atlanta with the speech impediment that he has. He's probably sucked more eggplant than me. He definitely is feeling very, 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 you know, hey girl. And the way he liked to go back and forth with women. And I'm trying to figure it out. What is it with Fox Soul and all these, hey girl, gay men? Yeah, like Rockefeller. Or should we say Rock Nation. See, you have the guardians, and then you have the officers, and then they pick the gatekeepers, and then the gatekeepers go out and they handpick their minions. That's how it works. See, me going after these divisive black men that people are so upset about me going after, the only reason is because they're not acknowledging them as they are. Not at all. You know what? They're right. Jay-Z's not a problem. Diddy's not the problem. Kanye's not the problem. Drake's not the problem. Snoop's not the problem. Rick Ross not the problem. Khaled's not the problem. This one's not the problem. Kevin Liles was not the problem. Hype Williams ain't the problem. You know, like, no, they're not the problem. You want to know who the real problem is? The people that are in positions of authority that have emboldened them and helped them. Yeah, yada, yada, yada. But see, if I really want to stop the true enemy of God's people, I got to take their toys and weapons away from them. Broken toys like Diddy. Broken toys like Jay-Z. Broken toys like LL Cool J. Broken toys like Snoop. Broken toys like Rick Ross, because that's what they all are. Broken. Some of them got broken the hard way. Broken. The one thing that we should learn by this image here is that Kanye in this year was named billionaire, $4 million, and the next thing you know, first they took 60%, then they took 90% and left him with $400 million. But they took that billionaire status away real fast. Real fast. It's funny. You know, in this interview as well, we also talked about Kanye West's school, the Donda Academy, and they sat there and they talked about what he's doing and yada, 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 and blah, 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 and whoop-de-whoop-de-whoop, but they ain't say nothing about any of the parents who sent their kids there. It was a homeschool program that they charged $15,000 a kid for. Now, haven't we ran into another rapper who's having problems with his not so accredited school either? Was it that Rock Nation University? Where they promised all of those kids? Like, it looked like they had a whole pipeline set up. Oprah had that school, all those kids went missing, and ain't nobody held her accountable for nothing even still to this day. Now they say Jill Scott got a school in Philly. Y'all must want y'all children to just go away. Because whatever problem people think Kanye is, I guarantee you Mr. Carter is 10 times more a problem than him.
He likes to
fair use.
He doesn't have anything to follow it up with, unfortunately. And we've seen that time and time again. I think Jaguar makes a great point that this is all a scam. You know, I think it's more important to talk about what Kanye's end game is, because it hasn't been clear for years. And yet, Black people and now Jewish people are bearing the brunt of his ignorance. We've seen it.
Well, my end game right here is a commercial break. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Business of Being Black with Tammy Mack. I am Tammy Mack, and the business of being black today is Kanye West, or legally he has changed his name to Ye. So Ye West. Jaguar, you were getting into some things. Come on, finish off.
Well, basically, like I was saying, this is a hot button conversation. So we're all trying to, not cut each other off at the pass. But I think we're all touching on a lot of different things that are cohesive. I think we all kind of feel and have agreement when it comes to certain things. But the truth is, Kanye West, we do not know his agenda. So everything that he's doing is going to be convoluted to us. He has an agenda, that's clear. What it is, we don't know. And he does misdirection. It's kind of like going into a movie theater and yelling fire. So you can get everybody to run out, but steal all the film out of the footage so you can sell the movie's black market. Like, that's the kind of vibe that I'm getting.
I've never heard that one before. Okay.
That's the kind
Megan
of vibe
started
that I'm
laughing.
getting over what he's doing.
So
And the
let's
truth
see.
is,
So
yeah.
then let's ask this. Adidas has officially cut ties with Ye over his recent comments. Did Adidas do the right thing, April?
Adidas did the right thing. It just took them too long to do it. Again, one must ask why Adidas waited. You know, if we go back to the history of Adidas, Adidas was founded by Nazis, literal German Nazis. So, you know, and so here we are now that Kanye has made some anti-Semitic remarks and they've decided to cut their partnership. But when
Yeah. That's what April Rain said. April Rain, spelled Reigen. Yeah, she's the one that said that they. Yeah. We just keep bumping into all kinds of realities here, don't we?
By Jews. So my question
Oh,
for the majority of these companies that have a collaboration with Ye West or with Ye, and April brought out a good point as well. Well, actually, you did tell me about the statistics. The statistics are that, according to what you said, there's only one network basically that's owned by Jews. So my question then becomes, it really doesn't have anything to do with who owns what or how much influence black people have over the quote unquote companies or the money. The truth of the matter is that collectively, black people have not learned to come together to make a final decision on whether you're going to cancel somebody or not. If you're going to cancel somebody, then I don't want to see you 2,000-3,000 people standing in line in Foot Locker getting some tennis shoes. Don't let me see you there now. Do not let me see you wearing one of these trash bags as purses. The problem is that when Jewish people, that's what we're talking about right now, when they decide you're canceled, you are canceled with a C and with a K, and maybe a Q. You are not going to be able to infiltrate over here, over there, over here. So my problem is that on one hand you say, well, we as black people, we don't own the businesses, so we couldn't do anything. And then on the other hand you say, well, the Jewish people didn't own a lot of businesses either, but somehow they were able to do something. So in other words, what is it that black people really find important? And what are we going to do about it? Because constantly talking about Kanye West or Ye West or whatever has done absolutely nothing for the murder rate in Chicago right now today. Absolutely nothing. So at some point, we as black people have to get together and say, what is it exactly that will validate us canceling you? What makes you cancelable, whether we own the media or not?
So why?
Terry, jump in.
All right. Shout out to our favorite. We're going to make sure she get that PhD. If we got to go up to the university and yell and say, get us one, unhand her letters. That's our sister. That's Megan. Oh, and let me acknowledge Jody Boyd. Thank you. Says absolutely love you, baby girl. You've been real since day one. Oh, thank you. You know, I try to keep it that way. Fair use. Now they sat here and created this panel for us to discuss why we needed to get rid of Kanye West. They used his association with certain people and certain groups against him. Meanwhile, he's being spoon-fed everything that he was being said, and he was probably doing it because he thought it was going to get him a deal on that social media app. But it looks like Kanye never got to buy it. Ain't that funny? He never got to buy it, apparently. But see, while he was busy trying to make that deal, it sounds like Ms. Owens and her husband took a compromised, most likely clinically depressed artist and spun him up. And then sent them out there. And then when the backlash came, she took her White Lives Matter t-shirt and went home and made some more half-white babies. Sure did. Oh, welcome, DC. Welcome to the right stuff. Oh, yeah, they did him dirty. They wound him up, and then they left him out there. I find it funny, though, because ever since all of the explosive stuff's been coming out about him, she don't seem to be much of a friend anymore. What about your friends? Will they stand their ground, or will they let you down? Yeah. What about your friends? With a friend like Candace, who needs an ex-wife like Kim Kardashian. Yeah. And while all this was going on, they was pumping her Schluminati loving ass up. Now, before we move forward, yeah. T Bowser's a Taurus, yeah. It's Taurus season, baby. But let's get into it. Come on, let's get into it. I want to know more. Siri? Can you give me information on the Donda Academy? The Donda Academy. Well, let's go to Wikipedia. WikiLeaks. Donda Academy was an unaccredited, that's the first thing it says, unaccredited Christian private school for pre-K through 12th grade, located in Simi Valley, where the OJ trial was held. No, not the OJ trial. Was it the OJ trial? No, that was the trial for the cops who beat down Rodney King when they let him go. That was out there in Simi Valley. Simi Valley people, they... Yeah. So anyway, United States, it was founded in 2022, right? Before 2023. Actually, Kim K's dad did not represent. That was Johnny Cochran and the Johnny Cochran law firm that represented OJ. Kim Kardashian's father was one of the prosecutors. Which is kind of wild when you think about it. He should have been recused. Because his wife, Kris Kardashian Jenner, was friends with the victim, Nicole Brown Simpson. Imagine that. You're the prosecutor on the unalivement trial of one of your wife's friends, and your wife used to kick it with the man you're prosecuting. Should have been anywhere near that. Complete and total conflict of interest. But then Robert Kardashian Sr., he ain't live much longer than that trial anyway. And guess what Kris got? She got herself a man who was on the Wheaties box, and he was an Olympian, and now when she look at him, she don't even recognize him. His name Caitlyn. So like we were saying, United States. It was founded 2022 by American rapper Kanye West. 1625 Terrorada Road. I actually know that spot. Type private school. Motto: to be a reflection of God's glory in the world. Founder Kanye West. Principal Moira Love. Which they further went on to say in the interview that woman had nothing to do with education anyway. Thank you, Vicky. And thank you for being a member. Okay, grades PK through 12. Student to teacher ratio, 10 students, 1 teacher. The color is gray. The mascot were doves. How do you make a dove a mascot? Like, the dove was the school mascot. I'm trying to figure out, like, when they had games and stuff, did they bring, like, have little kids or adults running around in bird? You know, that brings a whole new yo, that bitch is a bird. You know, I don't know. But the school mascot was a dove. The team name was Don the Doves. Now that was lovely to his mom. And the tuition was $15K a year. You know who sent their kid to that school? To that unaccredited school? Keisha Cole. And all those kids that went to that school, when they shut it down, they got no credit. So whatever school they went to, their kid had to do that grade all over again. During the admissions and hiring process, parents, faculty, and staff were required to comply with the following stipulations. A non-disclosure agreement. All student, faculty, and staff were required to adhere to the school dress code of black Balenciaga uniforms designed by Mr. West. Hollywood ain't been good for Keisha Cole. She put a baby in the school. Baby got left back. Fires came, burned the house down, head out in the street. Now she's sitting on stage in a skivvy shaking her ass. I don't get it. Put a 6 in the chat if you would enroll your child into a school where you were forced to sign a non-disclosure agreement. Put a 7 in the chat if you know that sounds absolutely insane. 6 in the chat if you would take your children to a school where you had to sign a non-disclosure agreement. Put a 7 in the chat if that sounds absolutely insane. Meanwhile, everyone wants to sit there and look at Kanye and blame Kanye for what he did and this, that, and the other, but nobody's talking about the parents who was so hot to say that they kids went to Kanye West school because it looked cute and it sounded, and my children wear Balenciaga uniforms to school. Huge red flag, ACG. Because what that means is if anything wrong happens to your child, or if the administration of the school does something to slight your child, that means you can't say anything. And if you do, you can be sued after you paid them $15,000. You know how I feel about that? I'm going to tell you how I feel about that. I feel the same way about the non-disclosure agreement for schools as I do about parents who put their kids in them Waymos. Real rap. I want y'all to think about this. Technology is really not an exact science. We know the problem that we have with teleporting and all kinds of things in this world. And parents, so-called parents, are putting their children in a vehicle, a motor vehicle being operated from the ether with no parental supervision at all. I done seen, I don't know how many Waymos from LA to Arizona. Every time I see children in there with no one there, I want to call the cops. It's being ran by a remote system. That part, Bianca, straight nigga don't ask. But let's be clear about this. How often do machines or systems get hacked? Pretty often, right? So what happens if somebody hacks that car? Then what? You put your children in the car. Car gets hacked. Next thing you know, car can't be found, neither can the kids. What then? Who's responsible? Who? Who's responsible? You put your kid in a driverless car being controlled by a remote system by people you don't know. I know some people that won't let their cousin that drink too much pick their kids up from school for fear of them driving drunk with them home. But you'll trust the ether with your kids. You sit there and turn your nose up at half of your family and say, oh, I don't trust him with my kid. I don't trust him with my kid. I don't trust him around my kid. He can't be around my kid. But you put your kid in the car with nobody. And that's not child endangerment. That's not neglect. As much as I understand about technology, make you no mistake about this. No mistake at all. If that car gets hacked, you will never see your kid again. Ever. The cops won't be able to do anything because it's legal for whatever reason. Who they gonna charge? The hacker? Because what I will tell you is the company is going to tell you that they don't know how it happened. They don't know what's this. They don't know what that. And they're not liable. See, that's how that works. You put your kid into a car with nobody in it. That's being controlled by technology that can be manipulated or circumvented. Want to know what's funny? I wonder why nobody's talking about some of the kids that have already come up missing allegedly. And then Waymo, allegedly. Wonder where they are. Maybe Kiev. I don't know. Maybe Dubai. I don't know. But you were so hot to get that kid in that car so you could go off and do whatever you wanted to do. What they gonna do? Get on 60 Minutes and cry? Sit there with Gayle King? Maybe she could go off in one of those fake space things and find them from the sky. I don't know, like Superman or something. I don't know. Eyes definitely wide shut. I don't even know how it's possible. When do human beings become so trusting of technology that the greatest gifts in most of our lives, our kids, we would allow to be driven around in something that can be hacked, circumvented? I'm going to tell you something right now, and I'm saying this to every parent that puts their kid in one of them Waymos. You're a bad parent, and you really don't care about your kid. I mean that. You're a terrible parent. Matter of fact, you're not a parent at all, because no real parent will do something that's stupid. All you Waymo parents, I hope you go straight to hell if anything happens to those kids. And I hope you start living it while you're alive. Praise God indeed. And I hope any of you who know these people that put their kids in these driverless cars, they can be hacked and disappeared with the kids inside them. I hope you call them out. I hope you hold them accountable. I hope you let them know. Or better, you ain't even got to do it. Just get the timestamp and tell them come over here and I'll tell it to them for you. You're terrible. You ain't no kind of parent at all. Only thing you prove is that you trust your children with technology more than you trust them with people. You know, question is why ain't nobody saying nothing about it? There should be no person in a driverless car that is under the age of 18. Because see, after 18, you're responsible for your own choices and decisions in this country. Now, if you want to put your life on the line and let R2-D2 roll your ass around, and that's fine. You can do that. But no child under the age of 18 should ever be seen in one of those cars. And I hope one of you are watching me right now and cussing right back at me. When your kid come up missing, don't say shit to me. Damn R2-D2 running around with your baby and you sitting over here having cocktails wondering when it's time for your blood facial. Like, ah. On October 27, 2022, it was reported that the school had closed abruptly after West made anti-Semitic comments in interviews and on social media. But the funny thing is that didn't happen until 2023. The school started in 2022. Like, people, information a little off. It was reopened hours later. Okay, so they shut it down in the midst of all of that, and then they opened it back up. Donda Academy is currently listed as closed by the California Department of Education. Notable alumni. I don't know how you have alumni at a new school that didn't even... Rob Dillingham, basketball player previously with Overtime Elite and University of Kentucky, currently playing for the Minnesota Timberwolves. AJ Johnson, Previously with the Hawks, Milwaukee Bucks, Washington Wizards. So once again, no different than in Waymo. It was those people that chose to send their children there. Chose. Because they wanted their kids to wear black Balenciaga every day and say that they went to Kanye West school. It was clout. Like the second that they said that the school was unaccredited and the NDA, the parents should have said, no, I'm cool, because if this doesn't work out, then what's going to happen to my kid's education? Like, can we have a board meeting or a parent-teacher conference or something where we can all get together and find out how to make this accredited? Exactly. Meanwhile, the news about Balenciaga comes out after that, finding out all the tortures in the hell that the kids go through, and that's what... Kind of like what Mika was saying about the Black Lives Matter. They talk about this or they talking about that, but they was scamming. Now, I'm not saying it was a whole organization, but no different than what I was saying about the fake insurrection. Real people, bad crisis actors. It's just weird. It's just weird to me. It's weird. But you know, yeah, we are. Look, they not like us. They not like us. It's just wild to me, all the things. Trust me, Moji, there's a lot to catch up on. Oh, but it'll make a nice listen if you got to drive or some housework or some cooking.
Why are we blaming black people for his remarks? Is my question to you.
I didn't blame no black people. I blame black people for not canceling it when you were supposed to be canceling it before.
Why are we blaming black people for his comments? We keep going away from the topic at hand. As I said before,
Who's blaming black people for his comments?
How far did I went away from the topic at hand?
He has a very large following. He has a very large following.
Huge.
He has children, innocent children, in a cult school singing to his deceased mother. He has influence.
So do people in Nigeria. What's the point of this? I don't understand this.
The point is
people in Europe.
and it's good that he's getting canceled. That's the point. It's good.
Is he getting canceled? Because we're sitting here talking about him right now.
Everything. As April pointed out, he's losing everything.
He's losing.
He's
losing everything, and yet he still has enough liquid capital to be running his YouTube channel around the clock. There are people that are sitting there waiting, upset that they haven't been subscribers for 5 years because you can't make a comment on his page. He's running round the clock. If he actually is able to have enough money, liquid cash, to buy Parler, he's going to have his own site. He's going to be the next little Trump. Trump got Truth, he'll have Parler.
Well, we're not clear yet. We're not clear yet that Kanye is actually buying Parler. But we can talk about how that actually came to be, right? He was partnering with Candace Owens, who is a far-right black woman.
Dangerous.
But married to the CEO of Parler. And then all of a sudden,
Boom! I'm going to remove myself from the screen for just a second because I don't want to be a distraction. I want everybody to hear this.
He's going to have his own site. He's going to be the next little Trump. Trump got Truth, he'll have Parler.
Well, we're not clear yet. We're not clear yet that Kanye is actually buying Parler. But we can talk about how that actually came to be, right? He was partnering with Candace Owens, who is a far-right black woman.
Dangerous.
But married to the CEO of Parler. And then all of a sudden, we see Kanye showing up at her so-called documentary, and they are all chummy like they're best of friends. And then, coincidentally, just a couple of days days later, and so one can question whether Candace Owens was actually running the long con on Kanye West, right? Because they were having all these conversations. They're wearing the White Lives Matter shirts at the fashion show. And then we see what all of this has come from. Let me also say, though, that I don't believe, as I said before, that cancel culture is actually a thing. And
thank you for that, April Rain. Thank you for that. Like I said, we didn't agree on everything, but there were some key things, some clutch things. The question is, would she have said those things if I hadn't said the things that I said? Rewind.
He's running round the clock. If he actually is able to have enough money,
fair use.
Parler, he's going to have his own site. He's going to be the next little Trump. Trump got Truth. He'll have Parler.
Well, we're not clear yet. We're not clear yet that Kanye is actually buying Parler. But we can talk about how that actually came to be, right? He was partnering with Candace Owens, who is a far-right black woman.
Dangerous.
But married to the CEO of Parler. And then all of a sudden, we see Kanye showing up at her so-called documentary, and they are all chummy, like they're best of friends. And then, coincidentally, just a couple of days later, and so one can question whether Candace Owens was actually running the long con on Kanye West, right?
Y'all didn't know that? Fair use, fair use. For educational purpose, criticizing the hell out of a bunch of weirdos and shutting down lies. It sounds like that husband and wife. Yeah, not anymore. Not after all of that hoopla. Who's to say he left the company at all? Like they said, they were fighting to keep it around. I smell some smoke in this city. Let's look at this. Okay, Maya. 222 indeed. Her loving white husband sicked her on Kanye West. Created all this hoopla around his name, and then they went walking away. And just because he's not listed as the CEO of the company anymore doesn't mean that he's not one of those angel investors or one of those silent partners. Interesting. And mind you, all of this happened back in 2023. Look at all that's happened since then. See, we don't know whether or not Kanye West gave them money to buy in for consideration to buy it. We don't know whether or not they promised Kanye West, if he did Candace's bidding and promoted her documentary and ran around repeating everything that she said on huge platforms when people weren't listening to her as much then as they are now. You know? What about your friends? Like I said, in the post when I posted this live today, Candace, darling, I hope you're not watching. For the sake of your pregnancy, I pray you're not watching. I ask you not to watch. That black woman helped line up this black man. If that ain't Willie Lynch, I don't know what is. And 9 times out of 10, it was her white husband's idea. Candace is smart, but just like she always gets Cardi B pregnant every time. And I mean, she gets Cardi B pregnant. Every time it's time for her to look down the barrel of something that she loaded that she don't want to have to face, she pregnant. Kind of like that girl, that technology, well, the medicine technology girl, what was her name? Elizabeth something. And right as she was losing that case after all that money she stole, sitting up there trying to be the female version of Steve Jobs, she got pregnant so that they would push off her sentence. It's funny. Every time Candace finds herself in a media situation that's a little squirrely, she always ends up Cardi B pregnant. So when Cardi B get pregnant, she ain't got to do no album. When Candace get pregnant, she ain't got to answer no credible questions. And her content does a 180. Kind of like she's doing with Harvey Weinstein while he's on trial. And it's looking like he might get his charges dropped. And Candace Owens ain't really talking about that. And ain't nobody talking about the fact that the Me Too movement is saying nothing. They were the ones who worked so hard to get Harvey and R. Kelly in jail. Why are they so quiet now? Why don't they have anything to say? Why not? Why aren't they on camera in front of the courthouse protesting like they was doing? Why didn't they drag Rose McGowan's bewitched ass out there again? Or Janice, I don't know who my baby daddy's is, Dickinson, because I was high. I believe Candace Owens and her husband targeted Kanye West, used him and his influence to build themselves up in social media, and then left him hanging out to dry the second that they realized somebody was going to figure out what they was doing to this black man. If I was Ye, I'd be acting a fool too.
And what we do need to do is hold Kanye accountable for what he's doing, especially because we've seen a rise in anti-Semitic violence against Jewish people since his most recent statement.
How inflammatory all of this is.
That's boom, 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 going up in the Jewish community. The same thing happened when Trump started running around talking about the China virus. And yet, nobody had anything to say about how people just came in tighter behind him. I do not think this is about black. I think this is about provocation. If you look at what Kanye's doing, he's taking a page out of Trump's book. What happened? He got kicked off of all the social media behind everything he was saying about the election, everything he was saying about January the 6th. Next thing you know, they silence him, boom. He's got his own social media. Now,
well, I cannot silence these commercials, so we're going to take a break. Boom. Welcome back to Business of Being Black with Tammy Mack.
That was corny, Tammy, though. That was corny.
Today is Kanye West. Listen, Megan, honestly, when you say why are we talking about it and we're giving him more ammunition and fueling the fire, I
Megan
honestly
didn't say
believe
that. I said that.
The reason why the Business of Black is talking about it is to bring more information to people, because you have to be knowledgeable about decisions when you make them. So the question is, should people or Black people be supportive of Kanye West? And so the answer lies in you having the information you need to know to make that decision. And therefore, this show is highly applicable to that. It's an informative show so that people can understand that out of 15 media outlets, only one is owned by Jew.
Who cares? Go and look at their board of directors. Go and look at their official company offices. I guarantee you 85% of the 14 companies that aren't owned by Jews are managed or operated or ran by them. Sorry, Tammy. Yeah. Sorry.
Been clear on who he was talking about and what he
people have
this
that
is important.
The information that you all are giving us is helping us to shed light on why we should or why we shouldn't be supportive of the brother, right? And so that's why I think it's very necessary to have these conversations. Go ahead, Jaguar.
I just want to tap in on something, and I hear the stats about
fair use.
how much of the media is owned by Jewish corporations. I'm not sure that we're even clear on who he was talking about and what he was targeting.
Right.
When
it sounded like he was targeting the music industry specifically. Yeah.
Period. And as an artist, I can tell you right now, unfortunately, most of our companies are not owned by us. Most of the companies that have been making money off of entertainers are not owned by us. You might have, a few Black outlets in the sports arenas and stuff like that. But when it comes to music has predominantly been ran by coincidentally Jewish people. So I really don't think that we're looking at what he's saying. Like, if we're going to talk about his anti-Semitic comments, did anybody talk about when he was talking about his jealousy over and for the Jewish community? Like, he was sitting there talking about, I'm jealous that they have this and my people don't have this. I'm jealous that they have that and my people don't have that. Right then and there, he's sitting there letting you know that he sees biases, things that he wishes his people possess. And I don't hear enough people talking about that. I just hear people talking about...
So why doesn't he make it? So then what?
Did y'all hear that? Do I need to go backstage to cam up and prove I'm a real supporter? When is that going down? I'm ready. Listen to me. I'll let you know when we'll be doing the troll hunt. It'll be coming up soon. But honestly, I wanted to wait for some of the hoopla with this new fake lawsuit thing, to pass over. Because, see, every time they put stuff like that out there, it's to distract people from what I'm really saying. That's really all it is. Darakata know exactly who he is, and he know I know exactly who he is. I ain't got to lie about nothing. And I wasn't lying about Kelly Worthington either. Who I saw the black eye after she left his hotel room over there at the Holiday Inn, which I now think is like a Marriott Courtyard up there on City Avenue by the TGI Fridays, where they did a whole national blowout on how Allen Iverson never tipped and they abused all of the wait staff. Yeah, over there. I picked her up, Goofy McKnight. I know you sprained her arm. She told me so. And I saw the evidence. Ain't no getting around that. So like I was saying, that will be the troll hunt will be coming up soon. But I think we found 2. So we might only have to look for like 23 or 20 more. Bye, Lounge. Bye, Jamil. You gotta love it. You gotta love the tenacity. So anyway, like I was saying, there was so much that was overlooked, so much that wasn't discussed. But I did say some very important things, and we're going to do just a quick little rewind. Let's listen to what I said.
And so that's why I think it's very necessary to have these conversations. Go ahead, Jaguar.
I just want to tap in on something.
Fair use.
I hear the stats about how much of the media is owned by Jewish corporations. I'm not sure that we're even clear on who he was talking about and what he was targeting.
Right.
When
It sounded like he was targeting the music industry specifically. Yeah.
Period. And as an artist, I can tell you right now, unfortunately, most of our companies are not owned by us. Most of the companies that have been making money off of entertainers are not owned by us. You might have, a few black outlets in the sports arenas and stuff like that. But when it comes to music has predominantly been ran by coincidentally Jewish people. So I really don't think that we're looking at what he's saying. Like, even if we're going to talk about his anti-Semitic comments, did anybody talk about when he was talking about his jealousy over and for the Jewish community? Like, he was sitting there talking about, I'm jealous that they have this and my people don't have this. I'm jealous that they have that and my people don't have that. Right then and there, he's sitting there letting you know that he sees biases, things that he wishes his people possess. And I don't hear enough people talking about that. I just hear people talking about...
So why doesn't he make it so? Then why doesn't he make it so? I mean, before last week, Kanye was a billionaire. So whatever it is that he feels that Jewish people had that black people do not, Kanye could have done something about that, right? And so...
Could he? Could he have? Could Kanye have done something about it? I don't see how. With people like Jay-Z and Diddy around. Because Jay-Z and Diddy have done nothing but fight to keep the powers that be in their place. Because those are the people who have allowed them to operate with impunity. You know, when Suge Knight was talking about how they were trying to start their own black distribution houses and stuff like that, all black, all us, it was Jay-Z and Diddy that ran back to the man and told him what they was doing so that they could find a way to stop them. I guess they wanted our people to stay enslaved. Kanye's the bad guy, but the very people that are keeping the institutionalized and the Willie Lynch, very Willie. If he's got to fight against all of his comrades who don't want things to change, you know, I wouldn't mind having a conversation with Suge. Just long as he don't expect me to forget what he done to Michelle A. Because until he do completely right by her, I'm always going to have a problem with him. We already know Dre ain't going to do it. And he is fighting for his daughter because he sees the way his daughter is being actualized. She's just a baby. Like the memes that I see of people praising Blue Ivy on stage for this Cowboy Carter foolishness. Sitting there doing the choreography, the deja vu, which was, I guess, supposed to be some clever double entendre to say, oh, I did it, now my daughter is doing it. You know what I remember about the deja vu? The deja vu video? She was running around like a whore, on her knees all the time, crawling around like a dog, groveling, and gyrating like a maniac. You say you love your daughter, you want her to do that? I thought you did all of that so she didn't have to. Why is she doing it? And she's gotten better, and I'm sure her so-called mother has her, because Beyonce's insane. Like, she rehearses like anywhere from 12 to 15, 16 hours a day. She does things over and over and over and over and over and over and over so that the muscle memory doesn't forget. She's really not that great. She's not as great as people think. She's very hardworking. But then again, what choice does she have? Her mother needs plastic surgery on a regular basis. Somebody's got to pay for it. Like, I thought y'all did all of that weird stuff so your kids didn't have to. You got her up there in full face of makeup. She just turned 13 years old. And I'm going to tell you something right now. Any pedo that looks at her, like, I can guarantee you right now, Shannon Sharpe is most likely talking about, is she going to be on OnlyFans? Because she look, with all that makeup and all them clothes and all that gyrating and moving around, that 13-year-old girl looks no different than the Shannon girl. Like real rap. There's a bunch of PDFs sitting here on this app looking at that child. And she said the deja vu. And they got her little bosom all pushed up. Kim been trying to push up Little North bosom too. They always want to bosom somebody. Yeah. Because I'm still waiting to see if anybody's going to bother to ask any real questions. Like, I was really hoping this chick was going to go a little harder on Shannon. Rather than just sitting there trying to convince everyone that it's just a shakedown and, oh, this is whatever. It was more than a shakedown. It was a setup and a lineup. But then again, why would she be so quick to point out setups and lineups the way she did her friend? If I was Kanye, yeah, I'd be nervous. I'd be nervous as hell for my kid. What's next? A trip to go see President Zelensky for a sleepover? He's got every right to be nervous. But Shannon Sharpe was in a relationship with a girl that just turned 20 for 2 years. That means she would have been 18, barely legal. Are we sure she wasn't 17? I tell you one thing. Man.
To a certain extent.
I'm sorry?
I said to a certain extent.
With $1 billion,
Fair
what did
use.
he do? He started his own school. Now we can talk about the fact that it was unaccredited and, that people were learning parkour, the kids in the middle of the day and having to wear all black uniforms. That's something different. What I'm saying is Kanye had the ability to make some of the changes that he was saying he wanted
No, he
to
did
see.
not.
And that's why I think, to your point, Jaguar, this is all about provocation. I disagree with you in the sense that I don't think that Kanye has an agenda. I think he wants to just make as much noise as possible and keep himself relevant. And so it does feel a little hypocritical to be adding more, smoke to this fire by continuing to have the conversation, as opposed to what if we all just for a week, an anti-Kanye.
I tried that, April. I tried for a
nothing,
week.
nothing on the blogs or what have you, and then see what actually happens.
but it won't happen.
To your point, though, April, when you with Jaguar, when you say to a certain extent he can make these changes or not, but certainly we can agree that his voice itself, minus his $1 billion, if he were the poorest man on the face of the earth today, his voice is still worth beyond.
I guess Candace and her husband knew that too. Her last name is Zuniga. Zuniga, and I am looking into her. I just wasn't going to say anything right away. We will be taking a deeper look into that. Because if a man ain't got a problem with literally waiting for a girl to turn 18 so that he can do what he want to do, usually those are the men who really didn't wait. They just... Oh, no worries. That's why I spelled it for you so you can get it right. I really don't like listening to the Terry guy. He's so stupid.
How real is it, Megan?
Well, I just wanted to kind of circle back a little bit because
Dr. Megan,
the person that's saying us talking about it is giving him fuel. Jaguar Wright had said that, so I just wanted to clear that part up. But I think that we can't have it on both sides. If we say that we are not a monolith, which of course we all know that we're not, right? We're the main people telling white folk we don't all look alike, right? So we know that we're not a monolith. But that does not in any way is that the answer to us coming together or why we don't come together. You cannot say on one hand, well, he's making anti-monolithic black comments and then say we are separate people, so we should, some people can cancel him, some people cannot. Oh, well, he's teaching this at his school. Well, Nation of Islam teaches Scientology. I don't see you canceling them. Since you want to talk about information, there's a lot of information that you really don't have. So what is the criteria for canceling or moving to the side or ignoring or whatever word you want to use? What is the criteria as a monolithic black community and culture? Because if you do not have any type of standards and morals that we can all somehow follow along with monolithically, then we will continue to have little holes here, little holes there, little holes there. We've got billions of people on this planet. Just because we decided we're going to quote unquote cancel yay doesn't mean that the other billion of the 6 billion people won't be talking about it. We have to do just like the Asians, the Hispanics, the Jews, the whatever, and collectively as a monolith say, we're done with you. But what's the criteria for that? Because while Kanye is doing what he's doing that you don't like, Kodak Black just got through calling me a nappy-headed bitch. So what is the criteria? You got all kind of rappers saying all kind of crap, and then you want to sit up here and cry because somebody wears a White Lives Matter t-shirt? Who gives a damn? When are you going to wear a Black Women's Lives Matter t-shirt?
And that's your problem. Who gives a damn?
We decided we're going to quote-unquote cancel yay. Doesn't mean that the other billion of the 6 billion people won't be talking about it. We have to do just like the Asians, the Hispanics, the Jews, the whatever, and collectively as a monolith say, we're done with you. But what's the criteria for that? Because while Kanye is doing what he's doing that you don't like, Kodak Black just got through calling me a nappy-headed bitch. So what is the criteria? You got all kind of rappers saying all kind of crap, and then you want to sit up here and cry because somebody wears a White Lives Matter t-shirt? Who gives a damn? When are you going to wear a Black Women's Lives Matter t-shirt?
And that's your problem. Who gives a damn? We should give a damn. If you have a black man wearing a White Lives Matter shirt, you mean to tell me that you can't tell me as a black man that I should not give a damn? When I see people like me getting murdered on camera, I shouldn't give a damn.
You gotta stop. You gotta come to some other kind of point, Terry.
No, you do.
The truth of the matter.
You are going in circles. You are going in the same circle about we are not going to come together. April said, Bill Cosby, R. Kelly, do we ever come together as black people? No, we don't. That does not stop the fact that what he is doing is wrong.
We're not. But
did you hear that, Craig? Wait. Did you hear that? See, this Terry Washington person, I don't know where they found him, but they need to put him back. Wherever they got him, they need to slide him right back. I hope he's not out here still running his mouth. Yes, Kodak Black called Megan McGlover a nappy-headed bitch. Sure did on social media. Went off on her. I wonder who tapped him on the shoulder, and I wonder if he was sober when he did it. Because he's a whole addict. Ain't that wild? Addicts just get to run around all over YouTube. Just talking down and bad on good people, and don't nobody say nothing, but everybody needed to cancel Kanye though. Interesting.
Nobody's arguing that he's right.
What is wrong is relative. I'm not arguing whether he's right or wrong. No.
This topic is about Kanye West.
This isn't about right or wrong, though.
So let's talk about when Kanye decided to stop supporting black people. Many say some of his early lyrics were very pro-black. Has that changed? Has he stopped supporting black people, April?
Absolutely. I've said that, and that's why we shouldn't care about Kanye. To Megan's question, I believe that when people begin to harm the community, that should be at its base the time that we walk away from them. But again, we can't control everybody. So yes, we can absolutely say, hey, here are all of the examples when Kanye has been harmful to us specifically, to black women, to black people in general. What are you going to do about it? Right? But then I guess, Megan, my question to you is, how do you hold the black community accountable when they don't walk away from Kanye? What is the point then?
That part.
For me, what he's doing, whether it's wrong or right, is relative. Because
hold that thought, because it's right for me to take a commercial break right now on the Business of Being Black with Tammy Mack. Welcome back to Business of Being Black with Tammy Mack. I am Tammy Mack, and the business of being black today is Ye West. Megan, how is Kanye shining a spotlight on the demise of black culture?
I just wanted to finish my last point. I don't know if
Okay, go right ahead.
Oh yeah, pause. Fair use. Do y'all hear the disinformation and how it's working now? Especially now that this was 2 years ago. Only seen by 3,000 people with me and Megan. Both uber viral people. Nobody's seen this? Megan was not playing that game at all. The truth is, we hadn't even met each other, but I already knew. Good cop, bad cop. We was on it. This is how we met. But when I went back and listened to it, I heard so much more than what I remembered when we did this.
This is the last point.
All right.
It's just so funny to me that when it comes to the attention on black people, then we want to ignore everybody else. I don't know why we want to ignore the fact that Kanye West, I don't care what he says, his children are half white. So even if he was just wearing the shirt, or he could have put half white lives matter if he wanted to. But the truth of the matter is that you cannot just always ignore every other person just because you want to start talking about black people issues. Now, as it pertains to Kanye West bringing attention to black people and what black people need to do in their community, what I got from the 2 hours and 35 minutes, or 3 hours and 35 minutes, because I watched the whole thing, what I got was that when he was talking about his level of jealousy and so forth and so on, he was basically saying that we as a black community, as a black culture, we do not come together like other people do. We don't have ownership of a network. We don't have ownership of most of entertainment or whatever it was that he was saying. And so I agree with that point. We are, as April has said, I want to say as she said because I'm going to say something else. We are too spread out. We're too spread out and don't have any common morals and standards. We used to, and that's when we were more successful. But we don't have a common ground. Right now, we only have a commonality when we want to get angry and we want to go outside and protest. That's the only time.
Are we an emotional people, Terry?
Yes. I'm sorry.
Very much. Yes, when it comes to us, absolutely. But just to make sure, Tammy, today's topic is Kanye West.
Yeah, we know you got a hard on for Kanye West. He must have dissed you at a after party.
But you already told me I don't matter. Because I don't own the networks. I don't own this any other. And some black people will and some people won't. So it doesn't matter if I think he does something wrong or not, according to you, because black people won't come together. So you can miss me with that. This, for me, whether he's right or wrong is not relative as far as my point is concerned. There are so many, I have several psychology degrees. There are so many points that can be made when you're talking about Kanye West. It's not even freaking funny. So we don't have to get into all of that. But the point that I'm trying to make is that if, in fact, we are talking about his comments being hurtful to the black community, my question is, how? Now, I'm not saying his comments were hurtful.
Hold that thought. Jaguar, how?
I don't see it. I agree with her. I absolutely agree with her. Where is it harmful to us? I don't get it. I don't get how it's harmful, period. And maybe it's just because of the way I am. Listen to me. He says crazy things. If I see a person who I know says crazy things that have absolutely nothing to do with fact and are done for nothing more than just to provoke a reaction or to get people to talk about him, I ignore it. Like y'all are sitting here talking about this school. My question is, who sent their children to that school? Who bothered to send their child to that school if it's not accredited? Who did that?
And sign a non-disclosure agreement.
Should we give, speaking of accredited, should we give?
This, I posted it on our community wall. Y'all need to watch it and go back and refer to it and just think about the time. Think about the time, because I can tell you what happened after that. My life got torpedoed. After all of that, on Fox Soul with Tammy Mack, my life got torpedoed. Tell you what else I know. Even though Candace Owens is very familiar with Dr. Megan, word on the street is that she saw Megan as competition. Damn straight, I got that. Now we just sat there and we listened to a bunch of intelligent or considered intelligent Black Americans, and all of us agreed on the one thing: we don't know how to stick together. All of that was stated. How can we blame Kanye West for everything that's wrong with the Black communities? We can't. We can't blame it on any of these rappers. We need to put the blame where it belongs. The people that have put them in position to disrupt our communities. That's what we need to be focusing on. Where do you get your membership? Can one of the mods drop it in the chat? The link to how you get your membership. We have to do it like this here, which is part of the reason why I take my time and I take it easy. But I do have to get ready to go because we got to put up the artwork and I got to get everything ready for book club tonight. But since we're inviting Dr. Megan, I just wanted to go back and review how we met. And Alina, thank you. Thank you. We have to start paying attention to what matters. Oh, you don't have to be sorry about anything, honey. Glad that we could keep you busy, but know this: book club was rescheduled. It will be happening. We're going to be hitting 5, okay? 5 p.m. because we were here for a while. But the truth is, there were some things that happened, and y'all know I like to take my time when I'm sharing information with y'all. I like to take my time. And this book that I was asked and honored to write the foreword for, predecessor to Billy Carson himself. Tonight, we will be putting up the information for all of you members who are here who want to take this woman's Healing the Inner Child course. This is special. This is special for the Jaguar Wright Effect community. We're making this woman's work, her life's work, available exclusively for us here. And I guess that's part of the reason why I also wanted to. This was lively and you learned a lot. See, that's what I'm talking about. Education doesn't have to be lame, but we can learn and have a good time. The simple fact that brilliant minds like myself and like Megan are constantly suppressed, while little weirdos like Terry Washington get to run around. No, but George Floyd and Black Lives Matter, and he shouldn't have wore a White Lives Matter t-shirt because it just makes fun of Black Lives Matter. And we need to get rid of Kanye West. Kanye West. Kanye West is the problem. Kanye West is the problem. Kanye West is the problem. You're the problem, sir. Because if you actually believe that all of Black America's problems are going to be solved and be able to find unity as a whole, which you say can't be done. He said it himself. If you think that's Kanye West's fault, then you're an idiot. Because the systemic issues that we've been dealing with, they all come from one place. The Willie Lynch letter. The making of a slave. That little Terry boy, he's so Willie, he don't even know it. Meanwhile, the George Floyd investigation was never properly done. Nobody bothered to actually find out why a man that he knew and worked with, who was his co-worker, was able to take his life like that on camera in front of all of us. Then the Black Lives Matter comes through saying that they're doing all of this and they're doing all of that, but the only thing we saw them do was do a lot of talking and buy a house, a $2 million house in Canada. I hope all of us can make it for book club as well. But how many ever of you are here? 5 p.m. Pacific time, 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. We gonna do what we gotta do. And God willing, next week, I'm not going to get sued or anything, so we don't have to reschedule it because book club is on Wednesdays. We'll be reviewing chapters 1 through 3, quick review. We'll be getting into 4 through 6. And once we finish with your lovely instructor, Amazing Grace, we'll open up the floor. The link will be in the chat, and you'll be able to come up and ask any questions, or if you have anything, me and Grace can talk you through it. And don't forget, when we get to 250 receipts of Super Learning 3000, Muti appears here for us, members only, to teach us how to truly apply everything that we're taking in. And then after that, Dr. Megan is going to stop through. And we're going to talk about the healing the inner child. And I pray that all of you, please, come through. Now, I just sat here and gave you a taste while I was giving you the tea and a little history and a little this and a little that. I wanted to give you a little taste. I want to show you the woman that I met that is now my sister. I love her as a sister. But if my voice is for anything, it's for spreading the truth. And this woman, if she does nothing else, Lord, she tells the truth. And in this phenomenal book, she breaks down everything. How loss of connection to God is loss of connection to self. How true authenticity is source generated. And how to be able to take that and not find being honest fearful, but seeing it as a call to duty, a badge of honor. So many of us, our lives are marred by lies or edits. To be able to just come out and speak honestly from your heart. People call it bravery. People call it courage. You know what I call it? Birthright. Because that's what God designed us to do. Thou shalt not bear false witness. Don't lie. Especially not on people. Matter of fact, don't ever lie on people. You want to do what you want to do with yourself and your name, that's on you. You're the one that's got to deal with that. But when you lie on another person and when you're dishonest with the public, what it does is it creates mass confusion. God doesn't deal in confusion. He doesn't deal in fear. To be fearless in the truth is to honor God. Which is why every time I do what God asks me to do and the internet come for me, I just brace myself. God always seems to absorb the hit for me. And I keep on moving. You know, I'm hoping there won't be any trolls lurking around book club. But if so, the only way they're gonna be able to do it is if they're members. And, you know, after the way the lounge came through here and made a fool of herself, I don't think we're going to have any problems tonight. You know, to a certain extent, I'm hoping they do come. Because the information that we're sharing with you guys and we're offering you guys is just to make human life better. Your life as a human better. That's it. To give you more access to the life you want. Which is something that our country doesn't instill enough. Fake news hurts real people. But rather than making one of us a villain, how about we look at the systemic, oh my God, why did that? The systemic problems that Black Americans have as a whole. We always got to find a scapegoat. What I don't like about it is that when it comes to us, it's usually our people that sign up to do it to us. Candace, I pray you weren't watching today, because all this is going to do is throw up your blood pressure. And, you know, if you like second, third trimester and stuff, like, There's extra blood production. It can create embolisms, you know. That could take you up out of here, you and the baby. So just let your husband give you the highlights. Please don't watch. Because this is sure to put you in distress. Willie Lynching. They line Ye up. They lined him all the way up. And then they hid this video. Candace, you and that Tatum man, y'all still got that friend over at YouTube y'all was bragging about? That knows how to stop your channel from being flagged? Which only means you can ask that person to flag other people's channels on behalf of you. I'm so sick of disloyal black people. I'm just tired of it. We're going to have to do a part 2 of this because there's more to this, and God willing, Grace will be there. But it's time for us to go now to get ready for book club. And because we don't want to run too late for those on the East Coast. For those who are overseas, for y'all, some of it will be early morning for y'all. And for y'all who are further all the way on the other side of the world, over there, Australia and Africa and all of that. Book club sounds like it's going to be right in the morning for you. You'll be able to get your meditation and go on about your day. Yeah. We have a lot of issues. But until we start having the bravery to tell the truth fearlessly and then beseech people to come on board. Evolution doesn't have to be a painful thing, but we have to evolve as people. And as far as YouTube goes, the simple fact that that commentary has less than 5,000 views after 2 years, with 2 of the most viral black women in America in it, laying down a law. That speaks volumes. Volumes. Volumes on volumes on volumes on volumes, G. What do you mean don't go? I gotta go. I gotta get ready for book club tonight. I gotta go confer with Grace. We gotta put up the thumbnail. I gotta get all of that done. But y'all gotta come. How do you join book club? Become a member of the channel. That's all. That's all. But what I love about this book club is that we're choosing materials that we know y'all need to see. Things that have been hidden from you. Things that you deserve to know. From people who really care about making America's future better. Love you guys. It's been a ride. But for those of y'all who don't want me to go, 9 times out of 10, you showed up late because you know how the notifications be going. You got a couple hours to go back to. See, I don't have a problem with sitting y'all like this. This has been an awesome live. And we're going to keep doing more of this. Because I'm going to make sure y'all get the truth, come hell or high water. YouTube's boring without me. You know, I've heard that. But we'll be back tonight. And I'm going to do a part 2 of this live because there's more things we need to get into. But I didn't want to try to pack all of this information because the truth is there's so many years of deception and distraction and misdirection. We really got to take our time, little by little by little. How do I submit? Well, see, this is a beautiful thing, get to know. You don't have to submit. We can just put it on the schedule. Because if you thought we weren't going to add our brother Get to Know's book to the book club reading list, you're out of your mind. You know, you got a dedication to me in there. That's a surefire way to get in the club. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Because that's what we do here. Jaganators support their own, especially when it's about the truth. Auntie Lee, I want to thank you. Archangel Michael, God bless you. Thank you so much. To all of our other mods, Ayasha Lachey Bay, Jay Mizak, to the mods we don't want to see no more. Fuck y'all. Please get out of here. Your wrenches is gone. They were probably the ones that's been sitting in our members only chat, disrupting everything and messing up everything and then running and calling and letting everybody, hey. Shame on y'all. I'm probably one of the only YouTubers that's ever shouted y'all out. Don't nobody mess with y'all. Don't nobody ask nobody to come into your channels. Don't nobody ask y'all to do. No. There is no one on YouTube that I have ever heard give any kind of accreditation to or ask people to go subscribe and repost and stuff like that. Nobody on YouTube that's ever done that for y'all. And the simple fact that you're from Philadelphia only goes to prove I'm glad I left. Because there's too many of y'all people around there. Just too many. Shame on y'all. Y'all gonna sit there and play on the very person, the very celebrity, the only celebrity that's ever spoke highly of you and endorsed you. Like I said, I've been watching for quite some times. Your moderators were dead giveaway. All trolls. I'm just glad it was Geronimo Day. See, like, why are they hiding this? Why hide the love? Where's the love? It's right there. But to the rest of you trolls, you have been warned. Don't ever think you better or smarter or faster or quicker than old Jag. You will only find yourself embarrassed. Embarrassed. Y'all better get your money together and start buying them bots. I got a feeling you're going to be losing a lot of subscribers soon. Hurry up and get them bot packages so you can sit there and do like Beyonce and Jay-Z and them do. Every time you lose 10,000 million people, you just buy some bots and pretend like they still there. You know, like the placeholder in the casino. Even though you're not there playing, you got the place there. And you come back. Problem is, most of the time y'all buy bots, don't nobody come back. Get your bot package out. I got a feeling y'all gonna be losing real subscribers. That was a stupid move. I'd have had more respect for it if you came over and did it yourself, Jamil. Now you got your wife out here looking crazy. Because she sure got popped. In real time. Doing goofy stuff like this. and goofy ass stuff like that. Hey, Kenzen! Any of the rest of you weirdos that decide to come through here trying anything, I'm gonna give you the Candace Owens treatment. I'm gonna line you up right in your face and then watch hell come and offer you no aid. I'm gonna give you the Candace. Sure am. Hell, it worked for her. Look at her channel. Sometimes she get up to 50,000 people in her live. And all she had to do was line up Kanye West to get it. Because she really wasn't popping as heavy as she was popping before she started popping friendship over there with Ye. Like I said, book club is tonight. And we getting into it. Super Learning 3000. And then we're going to have ourselves a wonderful moment with the fabulous. And on that note, my name is Jaguar Wright. Defender of freedom. And the greatest freedom that I support is free speech and the ability to be able to tell the truth. Fake news hurts real people. We're going to keep following that white rabbit, y'all. Salute to my good friend, Liz Crokin. Liz, I love you. And whether you know it or not, the strength that you've had to carry on throughout all of the hate and smear campaign has encouraged me as well. And I hope that my position has encouraged you as well. Just like I hope Natanya Rubin's position encourages us as well. Just like I hope Dr. Megan's position encourages us as well. Like, we really have to start using each other as motivation to stay in this fight. But I'm here until all my enemies scream, "Uncle." And then that's when I get to walk up to them and say, you better call on God. Uncle ain't gonna help you. Uncle Sam ain't gonna help you. Jaguar for president. Oh, you already know. That would just be woo. I could think of like 100,000 people that would move if that happened. And who knows? Who knows what God wants me to do? But I tell you this, if God tells me he wants me to run for office, I'm gonna run. I'll never be able to apologize to Donald J. Trump for all of the times that I laughed at him when he said fake news. I got to go back and start looking at some of that old Ye footage too. Maybe not all of that was him. Always God's will, baby. Whatever God wills and wants, that's what I am. That's what I do. So yeah, this device is about to die. We got book club in a little bit. This gives y'all time to have dinner or whatever the case may be. I don't know. We might switch it around. We might start with Dr. Megan. I think we might start with Dr. Megan. And then going on into our regular. What do y'all think? Y'all think we should start with the party first? Let's start with Dr. Megan. And then we go into book club. I think we should do that. What do y'all think? Put one in the chat if y'all would like to start with the fire. And then settle down and get into the book. Because, you know, she always brings such great motivation. I think I like that better. One, yeah. Yeah, all right. So we opening with the closer. That's what we gonna do. That's how we gonna get that done. Because honestly, after sitting here and listening to this commentary that we did over there on the Let's Hate Kanye West and blame him for all of Black America's problems while we're sitting there watching him get lined up by a black woman on behalf of her white husband. You know, rather than... Yeah, I think we're going to do that. We're going to start with the heat. Straight out the gate. Yep, just like, straight like that. All right, guys. Well, I'll see you at book club. I love you. Like, love you all madly. And we open with prayer. So I just want to say a quick word before we go. God, never let us forget all of the people who have been affected by fake news, misinformation campaigns, distractions. Anyone who's been hurt by any of this. Lord, justice for Angie Stone. Justice for Virginia. Justice for every victim or survivor. We pray for justice. We pray that the people that are sitting there getting ready for jury selection come the 5th of May, Cinco de Mayo right around the corner. Also the Met Gala, the Devil's Ball. We pray, God, that you send your spirit down to sit on these people. And we're asking you, God, to allow let that be their conscience. We know what the defense is doing. We know what the prosecution is doing. We know what the judge got to do. But it really comes down to those jurors, Lord. And so many of them watch YouTube. So many of them are so confused. They don't know what to believe. They don't know what not to believe. But Lord, if you have the ability to get in their heart, you show them the way. Lord, sit in their hearts. Starting now, because you already know what the jury looks like. You already know who's getting picked. Lord, we're praying that your spirit hits them now, and any of them that are watching. Please vote your conscience and not what you heard on YouTube. We thank you for the truth. We thank you for the way. And we thank you for the light that is known as Yeshua. We offer this all up in your name. Let this will be done. Thank you, God. Amen. And Asheo. Peace. See you at book club.